Catherine? What are you doing here? Catherine, call the police. Now get out of this office.
I apologize for bringing Arthur. I admit he's something of a cliche, but I wanted to be sure we would have our little talk.
We've already had our talk, Poole. The answer is still no. Now get out.
I don't understand people like you, Lanier. I offer you a bona fide partnership. And you don't just turn me down, you treat me like some sort of pariah. That's not sociable. What do you think, Arthur? Sit down, Catherine. I regret the use of violence, but on occasion it does serve as an attention getter.
You don't scare me, Poole.
Arthur, I still don't have his complete attention. I'm a reasonable man, Lanier. I believe in talking things out.
Oh, go ahead. Maybe he'll miss.
Get your hands off me.
Oh, I forgot. The notorious Mr. Poole is now a legitimate businessman and doesn't have a gun. Help him up.
Now, wait a minute, McMillan. You're not going to try and make something out of this, are you?
I said help him up. Oh. It's like the old days, isn't it? Thought you'd just give him a working over yourself, wouldn't you? It's going to cost you.
You've been trying to get me for years, McMillan. You've still got nothing. Mr. Lanier and I were having a business meeting. He slipped and fell. That's all there is to it.
Not this time. Mr. Lanier told us about your first meeting. That's why we're here. Now, if I remember my law books, when assault and battery is accompanied by terrorization of another innocent party, the charge becomes assault and battery plus false imprisonment. And that, Mr. Poole, is good from 1 to 10. Read him his rights.
Mr. Poole, you have the right to remain silent. If you give up the right to remain silent, anything you say...
Too much?
Is that a question or a statement of fact?
Too much. All right, Mildred, are you ready? Too sophisticated?
Not if you're meeting a Frenchman for a secret rendezvous, but for meeting a Frenchman at an airport and his wife, who is supposed to be stunning.
Yes.
And rich.
1 out of 2 ain't bad. What am I gonna wear?
Oh.
I'm stumped.
Listen, I don't know what the big deal is. I mean, Jacques Arnaud is just another cop, only with a French accent.
He's a dear friend of Max. He just married Maggie Sinclair. You know who she is. I'm looking forward to meeting her. I want to look my best.
Well, what about this charming ensemble?
Mildred. C'est fantastique. C'est pas trop simple. C'est pas trop sophistiqué. C'est absolument parfait.
You Josh.
C'est parfait.
Oh, and don't worry about the rest of this stuff. I have the whole weekend to put it away.
Oh, I gotta call Mac. I don't think he knows we've only got an hour to get to the airport.
Well, I wish we could pin him with a lot more, Mac, but at least we've got something.
I wouldn't count on the secretary, though. She's scared out of her wits, but I think Lanier will hold up. Certainly got enough protection around him.
Yeah, well, you're the key, Mac. Now, Lanier's going to testify because the commissioner of police is going to testify.
Excuse me. Yes? Oh, tell her I can't right now. I'm right in the middle of it. Well, it's always important. All right, I'll take it. Yes, Sally, I know what time it is. Yes, Sally, I know he's my friend. Yes, I'm leaving in a few minutes. What? Oh, well, that sounds like a wonderful outfit. Right, I'll meet you at the airport. Goodbye.
Sounds like you've got an appointment. And so do I. Look, we can touch base on this later in the week, Mac.
Thanks for the visit, Frank. And this time we're going to nail Poole.
Bye, sir. Commissioner, I'm worried. I think I should tell you that there's a rumor out on the streets that Poole has a contract out on you.
I think it's true.
Well, I certainly wouldn't underestimate Mr. Poole, sir.
I better get going.
You know, it was just about a year ago that Inspector Arnaud was here, wasn't it?
International Police Conference.
Well, give him my regards, would you?
Shall I also convey that sneaky little look?
Oh, well, I was just thinking about the inspector getting married. Didn't he say last year that he was going to stay a bachelor no matter what?
Sure, he said it. I think he believed it.
I think I'll walk with you.
Hey, Sergeant, you got a minute?
See you later, sir. Those rumors are right on the button. Raymond Poole is not wasting any
Doesn't
time.
have to be Poole. It could have been anybody else.
Oh, you mean someone's going to take a shot figuring that Poole will get the blame?
Could be. Either this guy's a lousy shot or he's deliberately trying to miss me.
Well, maybe Poole was only trying to scare you.
His usual tactic is around a diamond time, isn't it?
But if he wants to do more than scare you, sir, the airport's going to be a very good place to try again.
If I go to the airport, Poole may try to kill me. But if I don't go to the airport, my wife definitely will. Where do you think you're going?
To the airport?
All right. But on one condition. Not a word to Sally.
Commissioner, I promise you, Mrs. McMillan won't even see me.
You're late.
Where are they? Where's that one?
Unless I missed them and they're wandering around somewhere, which is very possible. I don't remember Jacques all that well.
You'd have recognized Maggie.
Because she starts traffic when she gets off the plane.
You know how it is. Beautiful women always go for cops.
I think I like that.
Hey! You, Sally. Mac, Sally, may I present my wife?
How do you do?
That word still sounds strange to my tongue.
Maggie, Sally.
Mag. You know, I think we have the beginnings of a vaudeville team.
But of course. Well, what do you really think of this strange mixture?
Terrific.
Vin ordinaire, le champagne.
Oh, no. Well, what the inspector very gallantly neglects to tell you is that I shamelessly pursued him, didn't want to have anything to do with me. And you know why? Because I'm the vin ordinaire in this marriage.
Well, we have the same setup.
Oh? We do?
Where's your luggage?
Ah, the porte à gate there. It is good to see you again.
And you, Jacques. Oh, tout va bien.
Tout va très bien. But that's good. That's good. Except one thing. There remains the task of facing my new father-in-law.
Don't tell me he still doesn't know you're married.
Oh, he knows it all right. The question is, will he get over it?
Apparently, Monsieur Sinclair does not take kindly to a fait accompli.
Well, that's why he's not here. Yes, Justin R. Sinclair, renowned industrialist, confidant to presidents, diplomatic representative to nations large and small, is home pouting. But don't worry, I will have a purring like a kitten by sundown. And, oh, he doesn't know it yet, but he's going to give us a really super party on Saturday night, and you will please come. Yes, you're on. Good.
Ah, good. Eh, Potter! But
Why is he following us?
Who?
Sergeant Enright. I spotted him before, sort of flitting around, hiding behind things. Why is he acting so funny?
Well, he's just checking on something. I wouldn't pay any attention to him.
Oh, that's all it is. Thought maybe he had a problem or something.
Well, there's just one. Keeping out of sight.
Mildred, why now?
Woman's work is never done, Commish. Lift your foot. Now the other one.
At the same time?
Oh, please.
Mac, is Justin Sinclair as rich as everybody says he is?
Richer.
Thank you, Mildred.
Here, I'll fix that. Wonder how he and Jacques are getting along.
He called me yesterday. Apparently, Sinclair's come up with a couple of suggestions.
Like what?
For example, tonight's party will be an opportune time for Jacques and Maggie to announce their annulment.
What else?
Plus a trial separation of 5 years. Come on, we're late.
Don't leave on my account.
We won't. Mildred, enrich my store of knowledge. Why are you vacuuming at night?
I always do my work when the spirit moves me. All creative people are like that.
Yeah.
Have a nice night, Mildred.
Oh, it's going to be sensational. I have 4 more rooms to create.
How was your day today?
Oh, the usual. You know, I met Sinclair a couple of times. Seems like a stubborn old bird. I'll bet Maggie's got him wrapped around her little finger. You know, it's really odd, two people like that. Jack and Maggie pairing off. French cop, jet-set heiress.
Man.
I've always heard that Maggie was rich and spoiled, but you know what? I think she was lost until she met Jack.
Mac.
On the other hand, Jacques probably was living in a vacuum.
Mac.
Huh?
I know.
Well, what?
You don't have to throw the paper in the back seat. I know someone tried to kill you.
Oh, that.
Oh, that. How can you act so casual?
He was only trying to scare me.
You know, I wish you were in a safer line of business like tax law.
Raymond Poole is not entirely stupid. Anything that happens to me would end up in his head, and he knows it.
Now, how do you know that he is as logical as you are? He could end up in prison, and I could end up in basic black.
Sally, Raymond Poole is extremely logical. Take my word for it.
I ought to have my head examined. How did this thing turn into a celebration?
You're always look sweet.
Well, at least he's consistent.
Mm-hmm. So's a shark.
Well, let's get back to the problem. Jacques, this business of yours,
Justin.
where does it go?
Justin, you promised to give Jacques the night off.
I never claimed to keep all my promises, particularly where a man's future is at stake. Now, here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. 2 exalted cops on top of the heap, and between you, you don't make as much money as a tongue-tied insurance agent.
Oh, that is exquisitely subtle.
I think, sir, you're underestimating the graft.
Well, all I'm really trying to do is to point out that Jacques has a few responsibilities now. He cannot play Sherlock Holmes and be married to Maggie Sinclair at the same time.
So far, so good.
All right, I'll put it another way. I am 73 years old, and maybe I'll get to be 74, but the doctors aren't all that
Daddy,
sure.
I really wish you wouldn't talk like that.
I am talking like that because there are times when these things need talking about. Eileen here has been running Sinclair International for the past 6 or 7 years, and doing a damn fine job. Now, you and Eileen get along very well. You always have. Now, when I go, my share of the company is going to be put in your lap. That way, I'll know that Eileen is going to stay right where she is, keeping Sinclair on an even keel.
Daddy, do we have to talk about that now? Besides, what about Sharon?
Oh, your sister's well taken care of. You don't have to worry about her. Anyway, I've already told her about this. Now, and as for you, I hate to say it because I still don't approve of this marriage, but you have a pretty good head on your shoulders. Sinclair International can use you. At least that's what Eileen thinks.
Oh, very much so, John. No less than the ambassador, no matter how unappetizing he makes himself.
Merci. You flatter me, Ambassador. But as you yourself have pointed out more than once, I'm a pretty old dog set in his ways. I like being a policeman.
Well, it's long been said that money is power. And power certainly is the way of this world. I think you'll change your mind.
I think we ought to toast to the new majority stockholder of Sinclair International.
And to the next tycoon.
No way.
Thought you weren't going to let it bother you.
Well, it does bother me. Any way you put it, it's a slap in my face.
Sharon, it's your father's stock, and that makes it his decision. Look, you can't really blame him. He's not a well man. He's looking for continuity. Maggie and Eileen are close. And with Eileen running Sinclair International, he's got that continuity.
Well, I'd get rid of her in 2 seconds flat. She was nothing when my mother died. It was merely a girl's Friday. Now, Maggie may have been young enough to be fooled by that ingratiating substitute mother act of hers, but not me. She never fooled me. And she's got the bottom line, that Miss Eileen Cole. She's got complete control of Sinclair International.
Don't you think that's a pretty insupportable statement? Eileen's had 25 years to work on the ambassador, but he's still leaving his stock to Maggie.
Well, of course, darling, obviously. He and Maggie have just always had that very special rapport. And what do you think is going to happen when my father does die? Eileen Cole is going to play her just like a violin.
You really do have a flair for the dramatic, Sharon. You see plots and intrigues everywhere. Anyway, what difference does it really make? After all, I'm legal counsel to Sinclair International.
You're only one of 50 of them, darling.
And you've got enough money for 2 lifetimes. Why don't you sit back and enjoy the one you've got?
Confessions of a boneless man? Oh, you don't know what it's like to fight for anything.
Oh, yes, I do. I am fighting to keep you.
Well, you're losing.
Tasted these spinach puffs?
No.
Oh, they're so good. There's so many little creamy things. I'm going to gain 20 pounds.
Why don't I get you a valise?
That reminds me, I had the most fantastic idea. Why don't we go visit them over Christmas?
Who?
Jacques and Maggie. Who else?
They live in Paris.
I know they live in Paris. That's the whole idea. Christmas in Paris. What an inspiration.
And it just came to you.
Well, we would have a free place to stay.
In other words, having extracted an invitation from Maggie, you have launched your campaign.
You might say that.
Mrs. McMillan, would you do me the honor?
I'd be delighted. Guard this with your life.
Oh, look at that.
Commissioner, you know him pretty well, don't you?
Yes, sir, and if you really want to know, he is corrupt. Virtually an alcoholic, has a sadistic streak a mile long, and he cheats on all of his mistresses.
That's not what I'm interested in.
I know what you're interested in. You want me to talk to him?
Exactly.
It won't do you any good.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
probably make a lousy businessman anyway.
The worst.
I suppose he is a pretty good cut.
The best.
Do you have the time?
Well, did you launch the campaign?
I was fantastically subtle. Of course, he picked up anyway.
Don't worry about it. I'll work on him. Christmas in Paris, that is a promise.
With my plate?
I don't know.
You don't know. I'm gonna have to start another one. Will you guys excuse me?
To you and Maggie.
To the four of us. You know, Mac, Sally's a fine girl. She has a very special joie de vivre.
We've both done pretty well since the last time we saw each other.
Those were good times.
Good times.
You know something? I have a confession to make. This marriage business. I really don't know how good I'm going to be at it. No.
I am.
Yeah, but we are different. I've lived alone for so long. I've enjoyed being a hermit.
Yeah.
His Majesty beckons.
Run.
Yes, of course.
Commissioner McMillan?
Yes?
Mrs. Arnold would like you to join her on the terrace.
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad I caught you, Mac. Now listen, I'm going to be very direct and very obstinate.
Something about Christmas in Paris?
Aha, exactly. Now look, I've only known Sally for a very brief time, but we're very much alike and we both get what we want. So, what's the point in putting up a fuss?
Well, sounds great, Maggie. We'd love to go, but I don't think I can project my schedule this far in advance.
You just promise me to plan on it and the rest will take care of itself. Promise?
I promise.
True.
Somebody get a doctor. I'm a doctor. Marion, my bag's in the car.
What happened? Maggie? Maggie.
Who's in charge here?
I am, sir.
There was another waiter here. He's blonde, average build. Where is he?
I don't know. I don't have anyone who looks like that, sir.
Ma'am. She's gone.
It ought to turn up something. Got copies posted all over town.
I want him.
Mm-hmm.
I want to work on this case, Mike.
Jacques, do you think you should get involved in this?
I will do whatever is required of me.
I hope so.
Well, what have you learned about him?
Nothing. Posing as a waiter, that's all.
There's no question about it. That business of drawing you out onto the terrace was deliberate.
I didn't get it at the time, but Maggie wasn't expecting me out there. She said, "I'm glad I caught you, Mac." She wouldn't have said that if she was expecting me.
It's quite an operation. One man guides you into the target area, and the other man is waiting. Chances are they got away together.
It's my fault.
It's not true.
I didn't take Raymond Poole seriously enough.
Mac, you know as well as I do that in this business, one doesn't jump into bed and hide beneath the covers each time one's life is threatened. It's not your fault. I must be going now.
Sally will be along in a minute. Why don't you have dinner with us?
No, I'm having dinner with St. Clair. It's a difficult time for him, too.
Jacques, it's none of my business, but we all carry our grief differently, but are you all right?
Mac, my good friend, my wife has been murdered. And for me, this is the single greatest tragedy of my life. But Maggie would not want me to wallow in it. She would want me to go on and to catch her killer. And this I will do. With your help. We owe that to her. And as for me, well, we will take each day, yes?
I'll get him, Jacques. I'll get Raymond Poole, I promise you.
That won't be so easy from what I've heard.
No, it won't. He's got an airtight alibi.
You know, sometimes one is tempted to apply a bit of pressure.
Except one abides by the rules.
Well, of course.
And I know back in Paris you're used to doing things your own way.
But here I'm out of my jurisdiction, right?
Don't misunderstand. I want your help very much.
I understand perfectly. When I am a guest, I always abide by the rules of my host.
That's all I ask.
You know, Mac, I can understand why you're worried about Jacques.
I'm not worried. I'm just concerned.
Well, I don't know why you let him work on the case anyway.
Because he wants to.
I know, but it was his wife that was killed. Aren't you afraid he's going to blow his cool?
I'm more concerned how he reacts when this investigation is over, when he'll have nothing to concentrate on.
Mrs. McMillan, are we going to move?
After I just spent all that money for the new drapes?
The game, it's your move.
Ah, I thought it was your move. Let's see. Mildred. Check.
I'll get it.
I frankly don't know how he has the nerve to walk the streets anyway.
Who?
Raymond Poole. He's a killer.
Not till we prove it.
Hi, Jacques.
Ah, Sally.
Hi, Sergeant. Come on in.
Can I get you boys something to eat?
Un café, s'il vous plaît.
Ah, moi aussi, s'il vous plaît.
How you feeling, Jacques?
I said what?
How you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you.
I wish you would stay with us for a while.
No, I would only be in the way.
You would not be in the way, would he, Mag?
Well, he's a big boy. How's everything?
I'm exhausted, sir. Incidentally, Raymond Poole has been an absolute Boy Scout since we're onto him.
Mike, do you know a man named Morrison? Jake Morrison.
Jake Morrison. Hey, wasn't he associated with Poole years ago?
Yeah, they were partners.
Correct. There was a power struggle and Morrison lost.
Put it mildly.
Whatever happened to Jake Morrison?
Ask Jacques. He seems to be the current authority.
Whatever happened to Jake Morrison?
Well, thanks to your files, it seems Mr. Morrison has dropped out of sight. But perhaps if we can locate him, he just might relish the opportunity to settle an old score.
That makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's find out where he is and talk to him first thing in the morning.
Bon.
Je comprends, Commissioner.
Charlie, you forever surprise me.
Merci. Actually, the good inspector here has been helping me to brush up on my French.
Sergeant, we can continue your lessons on the way back to headquarters.
Headquarters?
You must help me to locate the current address on Morrison.
Now?
But of course, if we are to get to Morrison in the morning, we must find out where he is tonight. N'est-ce pas?
Oui. Au revoir, Commissioner. Madame, back to the pits.
See you in the morning, Mac. Bonsoir, Sally.
Who's got your coffee?
There is no time, Mildred.
No time.
Well, let's McMillan have some coffee. Oh, short people never get a break.
Sid. Hello?
McMillan, it's been over a week and I haven't seen any results. What kind of incompetent show are you running? Do you want me to put some private detectives on the case?
I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Ambassador. We're looking for a killer, a very clever one. Takes time.
Well, there ought to be some results by now.
There will be.
I'll make it happen soon, Commissioner, because the next telephone call I make will be to the governor.
Not too friendly, I gather.
We're up to the ambassador. We'd be in Siberia by now.
All right.
Play.
What is it again you said you could do with the horse?
Mildred, that is your knight. Now, he can move any combination of 1, 2, or 2, 1 spaces.
I thought that's what you said you do with the little soldiers here.
Pawn.
That is a pawn. Now, he can advance 1 or he can advance 2 the first time you move him.
Except to take an opponent.
Except to take an opponent.
Then you move diagonally.
Oh, yeah, then you move diagonally.
I seem to hear an echo.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to move this little fella right here.
You can't do that, Mildred.
What did I do?
Why? You can't move him sideways. I just told you.
Commissioner.
What are you asking him? You don't...
I'm going to bed. Good night.
How about a little two-handed poker?
Oh, well, now you're talking.
I'm going to bed.
There it is, sir.
Where's Jacques?
He said he tried to meet us here.
You're sure this is the address?
Yes, sir. I wrote it down. 1210 Grove Street.
Jake Morrison?
Well, if it is Jake Morrison, sir, it's quite a come down for a big-time racketeer.
Or maybe it's a new and beautiful Jake Morrison, huh?
Hi, may I help you, gentlemen?
Yes, I'd like to see Mr. Morrison.
Oh, hold on a minute. I'll see if he's in his office.
McMillan, what the hell does he want?
It ain't gonna be a rubdown.
Get out of here.
He doesn't seem to be in.
Why don't you try again?
Yes, sir.
Why don't he take off?
I'm not here, McMillan. Beat it.
They're coming in. Clear it!
Come on over here.
Where's Morrison?
Can I help you, fellas?
Where's Morrison?
Jake, he must have left here about a half an hour ago.
About a half a minute
Hey,
ago.
where you going? Morrison ain't here!
I'm afraid that this gentleman and I collided. You are right, monsieur.
What is this?
Pardon, I'm sorry.
Can a guy jog around the block anymore?
You do have a sense of the dramatic, don't you, Jacques?
Oh. I don't know what's going on, but you got a case of false arrest on your hands, Commissioner.
You notice everybody's concerned with false arrest these days, Sergeant? I just want to talk to you. Why don't we go back to your office?
Who is this Frenchy guy, anyway?
Foreign exchange program.
Hitman? What are you talking about, Hitman? What would I know?
Because you're smart, Jake. You keep your eyes open.
Hey, look, I've been out of the big time 7, 8 years now. If Ray Poole wants to slug it out with the cops, let him make the papers. Me, I'm flying straight these days. I don't know from nothing.
What do you suppose this is, Charlie?
Well, sir, if I didn't know that Mr. Morrison was flying straight these days, I'd say it was a betting ticket.
Come on. That's a plant, and you guys planted it.
Did you plant it, Charlie?
No, sir.
Jacques? Are the numbers in French?
No.
It is not mine.
Must be yours, Jake.
All I know is you hear things on the street.
No one's holding you to anything.
The word is that Poole brought in this guy from out of town. I think his name is Sable.
What else?
That's it.
Jake, Ray Poole took you over the ropes a couple of years ago. How would you like a chance to get even?
Look, I'm not saying I don't hate his guts. But Poole did me a favor, you know. My blood pressure's down 50 points from the old days.
Well, the thing is, Jake, I really need you.
Why me? I don't want to get involved. There's guys out there with meat hooks, you know.
Perhaps Monsieur Morrison would care to explain the betting slip at headquarters, Mike?
Oh, we don't want to pressure him, Jacques.
Well,
all I'm asking is that he keep his ears open, get me a light on Sable.
All right, I'll keep in touch.
You bet.
Here we go, sir.
Yes? Send him in. We finally got something on Sable out of Chicago. Full name, Thomas NMI Sable, born in Cleveland, age 30. Record you wouldn't believe, in and out of everything with a wall around it.
may I?
Yeah. Quite a versatile killer. Knives, guns, explosives, even hit and run.
Animal. Is there a photograph?
Chicago's trying to dig one up, sir. It should be here no later than tomorrow.
Yeah, well, there's nothing more we can do. You coming to dinner, aren't you?
No. Huh? I'm going to do better than that.
Ha 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 ha. Sally finally got you.
She's a very persuasive woman.
You just don't want to miss anything.
Well, something like that, yes.
You can't come. Mildred.
I'm coming. Something like this takes time.
Well, what's so complicated about ice cream?
Oh, she's making something special. Where's your patience?
Oh, yeah, something special. The last time I had something special she made, I was on bicarbonate for 2 weeks.
I heard that.
Okay, 1 week.
Well, I don't know whether to serve this or have it bronzed.
Wow.
Incroyable.
What is this goo?
You know, Commissioner, I hate to say this, but sometimes you have the sophistication of a paw kettle.
Mildred, pay no attention to the commissioner. It looks superb.
Well, we'll give it the famous taste test. Oh, Mildred, you have done it again. No wonder half the crowned heads of Europe worship at your feet.
As I do at yours, talented lady.
Now, you see, him I like.
Whatever happened to good old ice cream?
Mildred's being creative.
Then let her vacuum something.
This is English trifle, and it's delicious.
I know what trifle is. I just didn't recognize it.
Paw kettle, I told you. How about a little more for those who appreciate three-star cuisine?
Superb, mes absolutement superb. Mademoiselle, may I kiss your hand? Oh, dear.
There are rewards in this job. Bon appetit, Inspector.
Merci.
And bon appetit to almost everyone else.
She's fantastic.
She is for sale. Excuse me. Hello?
Commissioner McMillan?
Yes?
I wonder if you remember me, Alan Joyce?
Yes, of course.
Good. My wife and I would like to talk to you. We think, well, that is, Sharon in particular thinks it could be very important.
How about tomorrow morning in my office, say around 10:30?
That'll be fine. Thank you, Commissioner. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
Who was that, Mac?
Nobody. A departmental meeting.
Huh.
Well, I think I'll try some of this goo. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Too late. I see you have capitulated.
I have not capitulated. I have, however, in a moment of weakness, decided to try it.
Ah, well, very well. Tell me what you think, and don't spare my feelings.
I think I'll have some eggs. Where are the eggs?
Move over, Commissioner. I'll do it. How do you like your eggs?
Mildred, I have been known to cook an egg or two in my time. In fact, on those frequent days when you have off, I have perfected a 3-star fried egg and a toasted muffin, which is, in a word, superb.
Would you deign to let me toast the muffin?
Won't you?
Sweet. Ah, last one.
One does not slice the English muffin. One separates it in two, thusly.
Does one? How nice. Except these won't fit in our toaster.
One puts it in the oven. Are we out of eggs again?
Look in the 7-day meat keeper.
One hesitates to ask why eggs are kept in a 7-day meat keeper. Oh. Mildred.
Now, let me guess. You are looking for the frying pan.
Check.
Under the sink.
Why on earth is everything in this kitchen secreted in cupboards and drawers 12 inches from the floor?
I'll tell you what. The next time you're out shopping for a housekeeper, get one that's 6'4", will you? And then everything will be nice and high, just the way you like it.
Is Inspector Arnaud up yet?
Oh, up and out with crack of dawn. Want to know what he had for breakfast?
No.
Omelette a la Mildred. You know, he's quite a guy. And I don't say that because he thinks I'm talented, witty, intelligent, and attractive, and appealingly diminutive.
But it helps.
Oh, it don't hurt.
Mildred.
Oh, say, I am sorry about that.
I had my heart set on fried eggs and toasted muffins.
Yeah, well, why don't you just have the eggs with a side of trifle?
Blech.
You are a picky eater, aren't you? Listen, I think this must have fallen out of his luggage.
I'll give it back to him.
You don't suppose he left that behind for me to find, do you? Sort of a romantic symbol?
I doubt it.
Me too.
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Joyce are here, sir.
Send them in. Morning.
Good morning. I think you remember Sharon?
Yes, nice to see you again.
Commissioner?
Nice to see you. Thank you. Please sit down.
Thank you. Frankly, Commissioner, Sharon's the one who prompted this visit. But I guess you know the Sinclairs are a stubborn bunch.
So I've heard.
Alan takes most things a bit less seriously than I do, Commissioner. But I think these are well worth you looking into.
They're extracts of stock purchases, Commissioner. Recently, I discovered that a rather large amount of Sinclair stock had been acquired by various holding companies. When Sharon learned about it, she became a little upset.
Very upset. Every one of those holding companies is owned by Raymond Poole.
Poole? Why would he be interested in Sinclair stock?
That's exactly the question. Why? Unless he's acquiring a voice in the company. A big voice.
Well, I thought control of the company was vested in the family.
Well, that's true, but it's a very divided family, Commissioner. Myself and Eileen Cole. My father really isn't a factor in this. Eileen administers his stock. But with his 20% and Eileen's 8%, Miss Eileen Cole has a great deal of power.
Are you trying to tell me that Miss Cole is quietly selling off her father's stock?
Of course. The same stock that Raymond Poole is buying up just as fast as it hits the market.
Well, I'm a little confused. I mean, what you're telling me is not a police matter. Why don't you talk to your father or Miss Cole?
Well, that's what I've been saying right along. I still think that Eileen Cole ought to be given a chance to state her case.
I am not interested in what Eileen Cole has to say. I'm sure you understand, Commissioner, that I am not fond of Eileen Cole, but that's not the point. I am convinced that she is no less responsible for Maggie's death than Raymond Poole.
That's a very strong accusation.
Not really. Not if Eileen Cole and Raymond Poole are conspiring to take over the company. You see my point, Commissioner? If I'm right, then the one situation that neither one of them can afford is that court case now pending against Poole. And you know why? Because in the course of the trial, Poole's stock purchases are bound to come out. And you know what's going to happen to Sinclair International when that hits the market? The whole bottom's going to drop right out.
In other words, what Sharon's suggesting is that Poole and Eileen Cole conspired to kill you in order to kill the case.
I'm sure of it.
It's nothing but a theory, Sharon. It's a bit unseemly, isn't it? Hanging out the family wash on the heels of Maggie's death?
If my sister was killed because of a power-grabbing scheme of Eileen Cole, don't you think it ought to be hung out on the wash?
Well, I don't like it.
No, of course not. You don't like anything that disturbs your status quo.
I'm quite sure the commissioner isn't interested in our bickering, Sharon.
No. But I'm sure he's interested in justice. Commissioner, there is nothing that I can do with that information. If I go to my father, well, he'll just think I'm acting out of spite and listen to anything that Eileen Cole tells him. And if I go to her, well, she'll just give me a twisted story and then go and cry on my father's shoulder. Commissioner, I'm asking you for your help.
May I keep these?
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, indeed.
Let me see your license.
Oh, it's you, sir. What's going on?
Crazy driver.
Yes.
Ambassador,
Well,
I'd like to talk to you.
unless you can show some progress, there's nothing to talk about.
You shouldn't be up, Jason.
Perhaps I've come at the wrong time.
Nothing wrong with right now, nothing wrong with me.
Well, you're not going to prove anything by standing out. The doctor wants you off your feet.
What can he be expected to say? He's paid to make mountains out of molehills. Oh, don't worry about me. This is just one of those little scares that God likes to throw at 73-year-old men. What did you want to see me about, Commissioner?
Well, actually, I wanted to talk to you both. What do you know about Raymond Poole?
Well, I know he's the lowest form of reptile on this earth.
Are you aware that he's been buying up Sinclair stock?
Poole?
Well, there's no way of controlling the sale of common stock. Now, I'm sure you're aware of that, Commissioner.
Frankly, it's been suggested to me that he's been buying family-owned stock.
That's a lie! A lie! Do you hear me?
Anyone.
Sorry, I didn't know he was so ill when I called.
He's been like that since Maggie. We don't know if it's going to get any better. Why don't we go into my office? It's just in the other wing.
Impressive.
It's an unlikely place to headquarter a company. But the ambassador likes to know it's close. Even though he rarely visits this part of the house. You were right about Raymond Poole. He has acquired a good deal of Sinclair stock. Family-owned stock.
That's straight enough. Mind telling me why?
Simplest of reasons. Company needs cash. In order to raise it, I floated a certain amount of privately held stock. But I think there's something that you ought to understand right now. That until this week, I had no idea that the purchasing company that bought the stock was owned by Poole. Let's get down to brass tacks, Commissioner. You wouldn't be here unless you suspected some sort of conspiracy between Poole and Sinclair International. And more specifically, between Poole and me. Well, no such conspiracy exists. If it did, I could easily have manipulated the sale of the ambassador stock rather than my own. The money paid for the stock has been turned over as a personal loan from me. As for Raymond Poole, well, he seems to be investing pretty heavily in the market these days. He's simply happened to invest in Sinclair International. That's all there is to that.
I'll say one thing, Miss Cole. If you were planning on taking over the company, this would be a pretty poor way to go about it.
Commissioner, there's nothing in this world that I would do to hurt Justin Sinclair. We've had a long and unique association. It's coming to an end. When he goes, I'm going to make Sharon Joyce very happy. I'm going to leave without a word. She did come to you, didn't she? It's funny. Sharon has always thought of me as some sort of a power-mad interloper. I never wanted all of this. Well, when the ambassador dies, it's all going to be Sharon's. And I won't miss it a bit.
You had this all ready for me, didn't you?
Well, it was ready for someone. When I discovered that Poole had been buying up our stock, I knew there was room for a misunderstanding, particularly from Sharon. Yes? Oh, just a minute. It's for you, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
Jake Morrison just called in, sir. He's got something.
I'll be there in 30 minutes. Thank you, Miss Cole. You've been very helpful.
Well, I'll walk you to the door.
No, that's not necessary. I know how busy you are. I'll find my way out.
How you feeling?
Never mind me. Has McMillan gone?
He just left. I think you're being a little hard on him, Justin. He's doing his job.
Accusing us of being in cahoots with Raymond Poole? You call that doing his job?
Oh, it's all been taken care of. He made an honest mistake.
If I thought a man like Poole owned 5 cents worth of Sinclair, I'd never get another night's sleep.
I don't want you to do anything. So just take care of yourself.
Oh, they haven't been all bad, have they? 15 years.
Granary?
That's Jake's new lifestyle, sir.
Any sign of Inspector Arnault?
No, sir, not since this morning. He mentioned something about renting a car. I think he went on out to the cemetery, sir.
Oh. Did you leave him a message?
Yeah, I left a note telling him we'd be here and to meet us here if we got back in time. Oh, and Commissioner, we really lucked out, sir. Chicago sent us a picture of Sable.
Aha. Good.
Commissioner? Here.
Ah, thank you.
Try the number 3 plate. Terrific. Natural. Everything natural. A healthy body and a healthy mind. You know what I mean?
You're a model of self-improvement, Jake.
It's all part of the spiritual thing. Everything clean, wholesome.
Too bad they didn't serve that back in reform school.
I got a little something for you, but there's no guarantees that go with it.
Yeah.
23 Castle Street, apartment 4J. That's all I got.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
We'll see you again, Jake.
Do me a favor, huh? Don't make it too quick.
Dale?
Let's find out. He's pretty good. All right, if he wants to catch us.
Maybe he lost us.
Either that or he's pretty smart. One way or another, we can't sit around here all day. Well, I'll be damned.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We have this continuing problem of affecting a rendezvous, do we not?
What were you doing tailing us?
My dear Mac, I am trying to explain that I have not been tailing you. I received the sergeant's note. I drove to the restaurant. I arrived just when you were leaving. I followed your tortured and paranoid path, and now I am here to join you. Okay? Now this Morris, he has some news?
An address? It might be Sable's.
Then what are we waiting for? Qu'est-ce que c'est?
It's yours, isn't it?
I don't deny it, yes.
It's a magnesium-tipped bullet. It not only kills people, it tears people apart.
I know what it can do,
We
Mac,
can't use it
all
here.
right?
It's against the law. Now, I may feel the same way you do, but I'm trying to run a police department, not a private club for revenge. Do I make myself clear?
Sergeant? Could you check the clip for me, if you please?
They're not mag tips, sir. They're straight slugs.
Mac. This one is a souvenir. I've had it for years.
I'm sorry.
Ça ne fait rien. Well, let us go, huh? No, no. Your car. Mine costs 12 cents a mile.
The French? Charlie, cover the rear. We'll go in through the front.
You all right?
Yes. We just heard from Mr. Sable.
What was it, Mac?
Hand grenade. Opening the door primed it. Not the most original booby trap ever made, but pretty effective.
Seems I owe you something, Mac. Thank you.
One thing certain, Sable didn't set this up by himself.
Morrison?
Let's go pay him a visit.
Me? How do you figure me?
Because you're the guy that sent us there.
That's crazy. You think I'd set you up and still be sitting here? I'd be in Alaska by now.
Not if you didn't expect us to live.
Look, McMillan, you squeeze me and I go out and I hustle up information. And I told you right out there was no guarantee on it. How do you think I feel? I was taken too, you know.
By whom?
Don't worry, I'll take care of you.
I'm not interested in your pride. I want to know who it is.
I put the word out on the street. At first, nothing. And then this guy I know comes up with the address. And it cost me $100. A guy named Andrew Green.
Where's he live?
On the other side of Golden Gate Park.
Right. You go first this time.
He floats around. Maybe he's not even there.
Let's take a chance.
A guy could get killed, you know. Thing I can't figure out is this guy's been solid. He comes to you with something and you go with it.
I know Angie Green. He served 2 times for burglary. He's a runner, a dealer, a pimp, you name it.
In other words, a quality citizen. Just the kind you can depend on. Excuse me, please. Angie Green?
Yeah, that's him.
Not very popular, was he? Who's she?
His girlfriend. She lives here.
You're the police? I called the police.
Yeah, what happened?
She came home from work a little while ago. Found him just the way you see him. She started screaming. I came in. Then I called the police.
Mac.
Yeah. We'll have the lab cab ticket.
What's wrong?
The waiter at the party, who was missing, remember? He was tied in with Sable right from the beginning.
Right up to the end.
Yeah. Let's take a look around. Jack? Find anything?
McMillan, you find yourself another seeing-eye dog. This guy Sable's a maniac, and maybe he ain't too happy with me. You know what I mean?
He won't hurt you. You don't know enough.
Yeah? I don't see it in writing. So if you want to lock me up, that's okay. Otherwise, I'm getting out of this place for a while.
All right, you can go. Two links to Sable, and they both turned out to be Angie Green. Now he's dead.
Back where we started.
Yeah.
We have nothing.
Let's go back to the office.
No, you go ahead, Mac. I have the rental car to pick up, and perhaps I'll walk for a while.
He just said it. We got nothing. Well, I know something we can do. Get the word out on the streets. The police are planning a series of massive raids and arrests. The whole city is going to be turned upside down. It's going to stay that way until Sable is out of the way. Use every pipeline you can. That'll flush him out.
Yeah? Commissioner? I put the word out on the street, sir. Within an hour, any punk willing to sell a rumor for $10 will be spreading the word that Sable is a very hot ticket.
Good.
Maybe we'll get lucky for a change.
Yeah, maybe. Anything from the lab on Angie Green?
Well, we don't have a detailed analysis yet, but the preliminary report isn't terrific either. Whoever killed Angie Green knew exactly what he was doing.
Like Sable, for instance?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's not Sable.
Why not?
It doesn't make any sense. Why would he kill Angie?
Sable killed Green because he knew that Green was going to nail him to save his own skin.
Mob will kill him if he did that.
Commissioner, Sable wasn't brought to San Francisco for a sightseeing tour. When I told you there was a contract out on you, I had that information from a very reliable source.
I don't doubt that.
Well, then you've got to believe that it was Raymond Poole who hired Sable and that this whole thing is Poole's game.
Are you trying to tell me this is a pool game?
Oh, sir. I'd never say a thing like that.
If it is, he's not the only player, and that's your cue.
Speaking of players, sir, have you heard from Shock?
No, not since we left Angie Green's.
I hated to see him go off all depressed like that.
Oh, he's not depressed.
Well, he wasn't exactly doing a tap dance, sir.
When Jacques depressed, he's all over the place, looking for clues, searching through files, anything that'll give him a lead.
Do you think he knows something and he isn't telling us?
Possible.
Well, I know he's our friend, sir, but I'm going to put a tail on him.
No. He's too good.
Well, what are we supposed to do? Wait around here until he makes a move?
You can wait around here.
Where are you going?
Home? I'll wait around there.
Pool game?
Thank you. Your Paris-France party is on the line.
Merci, operator. Alors, Gervais.
Inspector, is that you?
Listen to me, Gervais. This is very important. Do you know the jeweler Chantier and Company in La Place Vendôme?
Reputation, sir. My salary provides little reason to visit the establishment.
It is absolutely vital that you contact Monsieur Chantier himself. Have him check his records and find out who purchased the platinum lighter. Leaf Design. Numbers D as in Devilla, 27. 27. Do you have that?
Yes, sir. I'll check it out first thing in the morning.
Now, Gervais. It must be done now.
Sir, it's 2 a.m. in Paris. What can be done at this hour?
I don't know, but there's only one way to find out.
Hi.
Hi.
You're early. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm in for a long, moody evening. What happened?
We were close to something. Really close. Now I'm back to square one.
Well, shoot. Where's Jacques?
Well, he ought to be along in a minute.
You know, you were right. He is amazing. I can't believe the way he's taking everything so well.
I don't know. He's too quiet. He defers to my authority. He's always there. He's not like him. I'm afraid that he'll go off like a time bomb once all this is settled.
He's a pro. You told me that yourself.
The shock is beginning to wear off. He's getting, I don't know what it is, angry. I don't know. It scares me. I'm beat.
You want a drink?
Yes. Triple martini. What's for dinner?
Funny you should ask about dinner, Commissioner. It's only 5 o'clock.
Go get the drink.
What's so funny about that?
Well, last night I said, Mildred, lift these people on wings of your culinary genius. And what was the result? A 3-star trifle.
I know. Crowned heads of Europe and all that.
But tonight I didn't have the call.
You didn't have the call?
I didn't make dinner.
No dinner.
Well, of course there's dinner. It ought to be here any minute.
You're not going to say...
Fender's Fish and Chips.
She said it anyway. Fender's Fish and Chips. Cheers.
Hello. Yes, this is he.
Inspector, absolutely no luck, sir. I finally got through to Madame Chantier. It seems Monsieur Chantier is out of town. Madame said he'd be back in the shop by morning.
Doesn't she know where he is?
Well, not really, sir. She is convinced that Monsieur Chantier is with his mistress, whom she does not know, but whom she intends to shoot at some future date.
Contact Monsieur Chantier the first thing when he arrives in the morning. When you have something, call me at 536-6674, Commissioner McMillan's home number. And don't worry about the time. Call me.
Inspector, is something seriously wrong?
Good night, Gervais.
Is it that bad?
It's not that good.
You should have stuck with a salad like me.
What'd you expect for $5?
For $5, even ptomaine would be chewable.
Okay, I'll get something to wash it down.
I'll get. Hello? Who is this? It's for you.
Who is it?
Mac and Sable.
Sable. Yes?
Ah, my name's Sable. You want to make a deal, McMillan?
When? Why not now? Right, Pier 31. Got it.
What did he say?
Wants to meet me, make a deal.
Well, you're not thinking of doing it. Mac, it's crazy to think about that. Sable is the killer. It's just about dark outside. He's setting up a trap.
Oh, he knows I'm not stupid enough to walk into a trap. A man like Sable exists in the darkness, yet he telephones me for a meeting in the daylight. Why?
Because he's thinking that you'll be thinking the way you're thinking. That's why he's going to catch you off your guard.
No, the pressure's too strong. So much so he's willing to expose himself to make a deal.
You're not going to go there alone.
No, call in right. Have him meet me at Pier 31.
Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
Your black mask and silver bullets.
Well, I thought I'd leave him at home since my horse is in the shop.
Come on, I'm serious, Mac. Why would you go alone when you've got the whole San Francisco police force to help you?
He'll come on too strong. We'll scare him off.
How could Red Riding Hood have been so very good and still kept the wolf from the door? Father and mother, she had none. So where in the world did the money come from? Pray let me ask it, who filled her basket? The story books never tell. Bum, bum, bum. They say that she was the nicest of girls. Bum, 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 bum.
Come on, Sergeant.
Hello? Hello?
Jacques, I'm so glad
glad you're back.
What happened?
Listen, Sable called. He wanted to make a deal. Mac went to meet him.
Tell me where.
You'll never find it alone. I'll take you there. I better try Sergeant Enright one more time before we go.
Hello. What? Yeah, I got it. I'll be right there, Mrs. McMillan.
There's Mac's car. He must be on the pier.
Sally, I want you to leave.
Oh, no. No way.
Please keep out of sight and lock the car.
Good luck, Jacques.
Thank you. Hey, Mac! Look out!
Get back in the car, Sally! Call an ambulance! Drop it!
Commissioner, Mrs. McMillan said that she and Inspector Arnaud were on their way here. Where are they, sir?
She's back at Pier 31. She's all right, but Sable here just shot the inspector.
Wait a minute, I didn't shoot anybody. You got it all wrong.
I saw it.
You didn't see anything. I'm telling you, I waited in my car outside the pier till maybe 5 minutes ago, just in case you had an army crawling around the place. Finally, I go onto the barge by that big crane. First thing I hear, somebody's blasting away. What do you expect me to do? I go back to my car. Next thing I know, you're on my back.
Commissioner, this gun hasn't been fired.
Sure. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't hit anybody back there. I'm telling you, I didn't hit Angie Green either. I didn't hit Sinclair's daughter. Somebody is running around this town with a hot gun. They're throwing it on my head.
I suppose you didn't know anything about a contract on me.
Oh, yeah, sure, I knew about that. Poole brought me in on it, but not as a hit. I was just supposed to make you a little nervous.
Okay, you did your job. You made me nervous. Now, why this setup?
Huh. Because the man wanted another push. And when the man wants another push, you do what the man wants. You know what I mean, Commissioner? You know what I mean.
Cuff him. gonna make it?
We don't know yet.
Intensive care. Just a moment. It's for you, Commissioner.
Me?
Same woman.
Oh, it's Mildred. Why don't you take it?
Hi, Mildred. Wait a minute. Do you have a pencil and paper I could borrow? Sure. We don't know yet. We're still waiting to hear. Okay. Uh-huh. Slow down low. Lighter? Do you leave a number? Okay, I'll call you if anything happens, okay. That was Mildred. She just got a call from Paris. Somebody named Andre Gervais.
The Jacques' assistant. I've met him. How would he know Jacques was hurt?
Well, he didn't, not until Mildred told him. Now, the way Mildred explains it, Gervais was returning Jacques' call. Jacques had asked him to check on something, a lighter. He said it was very important.
A lighter?
A platinum lighter. Now, he described it to him. He told him to go to an exclusive jeweler's in Paris and check it out. He did. Now he's got the information, but he doesn't know what to do with it because Jacques can't talk to him. He thought maybe you might be able to help him.
I have no idea. Whatever it is, it has to do with Maggie's murder.
Well, I think Jacques has stumbled onto something.
Maybe it has to do with... Did Gervais leave a number?
Yeah, Elise 9333.
Nurse, may I make a phone call, please?
Yes, of course.
Operator, yes, I'd like to make a call to Paris, please. Elise 9333. Person to Mr. Andre Gervais. Yes, this is a police emergency. This is Commissioner McMillan calling. I'd like the call charged to my office, extension 4321. Remember this a minute. Nurse, may I see Inspector Arnaud's personal effects, please?
Attendez une seconde.
Andre! McMillan! Fine, thank you. How are you? Platinum lighter. Leaf design.
Yes, that's the lighter. Apparently, the inspector found it in someone's apartment. The apartment of someone who was killed.
MG Green. Nothing. Go on.
I visited the jewelry shop this morning. It seems the lighter was one of two items purchased that day by Madame Arnaud. The other was a necklace, also engraved with a leaf design.
Who did you say that was?
Madame Arnaud. Of course, this was some time before she and the inspector were married, so perhaps I should have said Mademoiselle Sinclair. In any event, the necklace was purchased for herself. The lighter was sent out as a gift.
A gift? Do you know to whom? Oh, you're sure? You're not mistaken. Well, all right, thank you. What? Yes, I'll let you know. Yes, thank you, Andre. Goodbye.
He's not mistaken about whose name.
Doctor.
Oh, Commissioner, we got the bullet out. It's gonna be close. We won't know anything for a few hours.
Oh, no, he's tough on you.
Oh, Commissioner. How's the inspector doing?
Well, bullet's out, that's about all. We have to go someplace. Charlie, can you stay here for a while?
I'll be fine.
Oh, wait, I forgot. I got the egg salad that you wanted. They only had tuna fish on egg
Charlie.
bread. There's a submarine in there for
Enright.
I couldn't get any pickles.
Make sure no one touches the submarine, Sergeant.
Where are we going?
Ambassador, sorry to bother you again.
Let me do the apologizing, Commissioner. I've been pretty crusty. We heard about Jacques. How is he?
He's out of the operating room. We'll have to keep our fingers crossed.
When does it stop? Are we destroying whole families these days?
Ambassador, we're starting to get some of the answers, but a lot of what we don't know revolves around this lighter. Some time ago, Maggie bought this lighter in Paris. Do you recognize it?
Of course. She sent it to me for my birthday. Must have been 2 or 3 years ago. What is it? I don't understand.
Maggie's murderer had an accomplice. The accomplice ended up with that lighter. How did he get it?
I didn't keep it. The doctor ordered me to stop smoking, so I gave it away.
Come on in. It's not locked.
All right, come in here. Why did you do it? What could you possibly hope to gain?
It wasn't what I had to gain. It's what I stood to lose. My wife was going to leave me. She said I was a loser. I wanted to prove to her she was wrong. You see, with Maggie gone, my wife would have inherited everything. And then, you see, I would have told her I'd killed Maggie. To show her I wasn't weak. And that I'd done it for her. You do see, don't you, Commissioner? I only did it for my wife.
She was right. You are a loser.
Do you know what time it is, Mac?
Time for the rooster to crow.
I'm still wide awake.
Yeah, so am I.
You know, there's one thing I still don't understand. You know the waiter that was killed? Arnie Green?
Angie
Green. How did he get the lighter?
Well, to begin with, he was a compulsive thief. Joyce thought he'd lost it. Green grabbed it when they had one of their meetings.
Alan Joyce. I still can't believe it. He's so mild and inoffensive.
Sometimes those are the people you have to worry about. Killing Maggie gave him a new lease on life.
Boy, when he set that booby trap, he must have been in seventh heaven.
A very sick seventh heaven.
How did he know you were meeting Sable? You know, if Jacques hadn't shown up when he did, you would have been Alan Joyce's third victim. And Sable would have been blamed again.
I think it was merely a lot of pressure building up. Thought it was time to get rid of me.
What's going to happen to Poole?
For one thing, he's got an indictment in the works, plus a new star witness to testify. Sable. Yes. Yes, the hospital. We'll be right there.
Hello, Jacques.
Oh, Sally.
Tu vas bien.
Tu vas très bien.
Me too. We did it. We finally worked together. You know, Mac, I was thinking, the night of the party, remember when I told you I had doubts about marriage? You were right. Would have worked out fine.
That's it, Commissioner. I shouldn't have let you in.
Listen, Mildred sends her love, and she says you better hurry up and get better because she's working on a 5-star menu.
Oh, good. She can make up for Fender's fish and chips.
Well, you're not invited. Well, it's still early. You want to go home and cuddle?
Or we can go down to the wharf, have a nice, huge breakfast. Here. Call her.
Tails.
And I thought you decided at dinner that you finally didn't want to sell the house.
I did at dinner. But that was before Mildred spilled the spaghetti sauce all over the tablecloth.
What has spaghetti to do with our buying a bigger house?
Well, if we had a bigger house, we'd have a laundry. Not to mention a bathroom with a real bathtub.
What do you call that porcelain thing we have in there?
Mac, I can't even stretch out in that. My knees stick up out of the water.
Bathing in the sink again. Huh?
I'm serious. Where are you going?
I'm hungry.
You wouldn't be hungry if you'd eaten your spaghetti.
How could I with it all over the tablecloth? Where's my bathrobe?
In the laundry with your pajamas, which is why we need a laundry room.
Look, am I keeping you from selling the house? It was your decision, not mine. But every time some red-hot prospect comes through here, you put them through the third degree, and then you decide not to sell because they have squinty eyes or they beat their cat.
What if Mildred sees you like that?
I'll hide behind a roast beef sandwich.
Oh, she finished all the roast beef.
And the very next buyer we're selling. I don't care if he has 3 heads. I'm sick and tired of people tramping through this house. Officer, go after that car. That man broke into my house.
On a panty raid, are we?
That man broke into my house.
All right, next to the car.
Oh,
Come on.
you know,
right up here.
Commissioner McMillan.
There, listen to this. This joker says he's the police commissioner.
Take it easy. He is.
Well, did you two guys at least check the alleyway in back of the house?
Oh, yes, sir, right away, right after we recognized the commissioner here.
Mac, it's gone.
What's gone?
The silver bowl, the one with your family crest on it.
That's what I got hit with.
Well, how much was it worth, Mrs. McMillan?
How can you put a price on history, Sergeant? That bowl's been in Mac's family over 100 years.
Yeah, and that's where we kept our trading stamps.
Trading stamps? Anything else?
Not that I can find.
Why would a guy break into a house to steal one lousy silver bowl?
Well, maybe it was somebody who needed a toaster fast and didn't have enough books.
You don't steal silver bowls with these, Commissioner?
A stethoscope.
Oh, paying a house call.
Mildred. Charlie put the word out to all fences and pawnbrokers. That bowl shows up, I want it back. And the guy who's unloading it.
Yes, sir.
Come on, I'm going to have a bologna sandwich, and then we're going to bed.
Oh, Mac, I used the last of the bologna on sandwiches for the officers.
What?
Good night. Good night. Come on.
Certainly won't miss it there.
I hope you got him something nice.
Oh, I did.
Great.
Morning.
Morning.
Late. What a night.
Happy birthday to you.
You remember?
Yes.
Thank you.
You didn't think I'd forget, did you?
What's this?
3 guesses.
Open it.
You know what they say. Good things come in long, skinny packages. A tie.
Yeah, and see, it has tiny little golfers on it.
Golfers?
Oh, yes. Tiny little golfers. Look at that.
Do you really like it, Mac?
I love it. I think it's wonderful.
Well, I know it's not much, but remember, you made me promise not to spend a lot this year.
No, I think it's perfect.
Well, if you don't like it, we can always take it back and exchange it.
No. I like this one.
There was a terrific one with little basketball players on...
I like this one.
Aren't you going to wear it?
Yes, I'm going to wear it.
Great.
All right. Hi, everyone.
Morning.
Hi, Sergeant.
Be right with you. Well, I gotta go. I'll see you later.
Okay. Mac, listen, we're going to do something really fantastic this weekend to celebrate your birthday. But Jenny Lassiter and her husband had a terrible fight this morning, and she called me. He left her. She's all upset, and she asked me, would I please come over tonight, have a cup of coffee, sit around and talk with her? And I said, okay. Is that all right?
Sure. Go ahead.
Mildred's going to leave some meatloaf in the fridge for you.
Meatloaf.
I hate to rush you, sir, but we're on a pretty hectic schedule. By the way, I've already put word out on the street about your silver bowl.
Good.
Hey, is that a new tie, sir?
Uh-huh.
Very nice. What are those tiny little things?
Golfers.
Oh. Very sporty.
Yeah. Well, I'll be home early.
Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
And Mac,
Hmm.
happy birthday.
Thank you.
Is it your birthday?
All day.
Well, you gotta let me buy you lunch.
2 martinis.
Oh, I thought they'd never leave. Mildred, you almost blew it with that tie. Mac hates golf.
I tried to get one with tiny little criminals on it, but they were all out.
You think he suspects Mildred?
No, not a chance. That touch about the Lassiters was a stroke of genius.
No, he really did walk out on it. I think that's the caterer. Start blowing. Hi, Demetrius.
We waited until he left, Mrs. McMillan.
Oh, good thinking.
This is Katina, my assistant.
How do you do?
So, if you will show us to the kitchen.
Yes, well, Mildred, could you show them to the kitchen? Because I've got to get dressed.
Yeah, right. The kitchen is right this way.
Oh, any kitchen would be graced by such a charming presence as yours, my dear woman.
Oh, really? What'd you say your name was?
Demetrios Anapopoulos.
Ah, a Greek.
Since the day I was born.
I was engaged to a Greek man once.
Oh, is that so? And what happened?
He left me for a taller person.
He was not in Greek. A true Greek understands that the nature of a woman is determined by what she has here.
Yeah, well, I'm not too strong in that department either.
Ah, you are far too modest, my dear woman. You possess an infinity of charms.
You're pretty good in the charm department yourself, Mr.
Demetrios.
Demetrius. You can call me Mildred.
We will undoubtedly be working in close harmony together. First names are so much nicer.
I didn't catch your name, honey.
Katina. I am also Greek.
Beware of Greeks bearing gifts.
Well, I have to get back to the balloon, so if you need anything, just holler.
So remember, keep your eyes and ears open. This must not fail.
Just a second. Wait your turn.
There isn't anybody here but me.
What do you want?
Well, I want to hunt this thing. What do you think?
What do you think? How much do you want?
It's a very valuable piece.
Uh-huh. Well, look, let me place a call to one of my experts in the field. That way I can give you a fair price for it.
What do you mean? No. Yeah, well, hurry it up.
Commissioner? We just got a call from the Ames pawn shop. There's a fellow down there trying to hawk a silver bowl that fits the description of the one taken from your place.
Good. Let's have him picked up.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's got to be here someplace.
Maybe we ought to forget it. I'll go someplace else.
No, don't do that. It's got to be here.
Look, all I want is $50 for this thing. I mean, what's all the hassle about?
Now, look, Mr. This could be a very valuable piece, and I'd hate to not give you what it's worth.
I'll go someplace else.
Let's go, Ernie.
Oh, no. The feet!
Hey!
Right. I hope your business falls off. Yes.
Commissioner, does this look familiar?
Yeah, that's it. Ernie, I'm really disappointed in you.
Oh, look, Commissioner, how was I to know that bowl belonged to you? I mean, it's like being a kid in a candy store. You know, you see this luscious all-day sucker and, oh, you know, I grabbed the bowl, stuck it under my arm, sheer habit. If I'd have known it was yours, hands off, you know?
I'm glad to hear that, Ernie. And I suppose it was accident that you hit me over the head with it.
Now, you know I've always been a man with honor.
Yeah. All right, Ernie, let's have it straight.
Well, this idiot calls me up, and, well, he wants to know what kind of hollow spaces you have in your walls. And he's willing to give me $2 grand for it.
Hollow spaces?
Yeah, hollow spaces. I don't know from hollow spaces either. I'm just a second-story man.
But you took the job.
Not for $2 grand with this kind of inflation. Better believe it. Anyway, I was knocking around downstairs, you know, and that was my first mistake. I wasn't finding nothing at all when you busted in on me.
Who hired you?
I don't know. Like I told the sergeant, all I have is a P.O. box in Sausalito. See, I was supposed to send him a sketch, and he's going to send me the money.
And that's all?
I've always been straight with you, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah.
Well, naturally, with the exclusion of last night.
All right, Ernie. I'll make a deal with you. You find out who hired you, and I'll see what I can do. Otherwise, the good sergeant here will unceremoniously throw you in the slammer. And with your priors, I'll personally see it's for keeps.
How can I give you a name when all I have is a zip code?
Find a way.
But there ain't no way.
Then you're in deep, deep trouble.
Deep trouble I can handle. It's the misdemeanors that'll kill you. I'll try.
Thanks, sir. Put a stake on an appeal box.
Yes, sir.
Hollow walls and hallowed halls.
What's that, sir?
Oh, yeah. It's an old Scottish limerick.
Look, you should have told me I was busted in the police commissioner's house. I know, but $2 grand ain't enough to pay for the kind of trauma I just went through. And now I gotta come up with a name. Or else I'll be making license plates for the next couple of years. Look, you and I, we better meet. At my place, 11 o'clock tonight. Listen, you yo-yo, you show up tonight, or else! I lost my dime. Should be a law against that.
Yes, Mrs. Richards, I know how that is. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I just can't show the house today. I'm giving a party for my husband tonight. No, actually, it's Mac. He can't decide whether he wants to sell it or not. I guess it's some sort of sentimental attachment. All right. Okay, bye-bye.
Hello, Mrs. McMillan.
Mr. Harrington, hi.
Listen, I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time, as it were.
As it is, I'm giving a party for my husband tonight.
Oh, terrific. Listen, I got a client outside in the car. Is it okay if I show her the house?
Now?
Yeah. She saw pictures of the inside. She loves it.
I'm sorry, I just wouldn't be able to let you show it now.
Look, this is a very special client, Mrs. McMillan. Luciana Amaldi.
Luciana Amaldi?
Yeah, Luciana Amaldi.
Luciana Amaldi?
Right.
Who's that?
You gotta be kidding. The famous Italian movie star.
Oh, I guess I just didn't see any of her pictures.
I've seen them all. She's a big talent. But better than anything, she's ready to make an offer.
That Luciana Amaldi?
Right. And even better, she's not quibbling about the asking price.
Are you sure that it's our house that she wants to buy?
Absolutely.
All right, go get her, bring her up, see what we can do. Golly. Mildred, Mr. Harrington's bringing up a big movie star to see the house.
Oh, of course. Well, that explains it. That's why you're throwing up papers all around.
Uh-huh.
What movie star?
Luciana Amaldi.
Who?
She's big, very big in Italy.
Yeah, so why does she want this house?
Mildred, she's in love with her. Mildred, I want you to be very frank. Don't conceal anything. Tell her how you hate the kitchen.
Hey, the kitchen's okay. What's the matter with
Well,
it?
tell her about the teeny little cupboards, the dinky little windows that you can't see out of, 37 steps down to empty the garbage, which sometimes they don't even collect.
So?
Mildred!
I thought you wanted to sell the
Mildred, I
house.
do want to
You're
sell
not
the house.
gonna
Why
get
do you
it
think
for
I have it on the market? I've had it on the market for 14 weeks.
McMillan?
Hi.
Luciana Amaldi.
Oh, hi.
Mrs. McMillan.
Oh, I hope you'll excuse our dishabille.
Nothing could detract from the ambiance of this charming little villa.
How true.
This is Mildred.
Hello.
This is Derek Simon. He's directing my new film here in San Francisco.
Hi.
Mr. Harrington says that you're reluctant, perhaps, to sell?
Well, it's not really me. It's my husband. He's sort of set in his ways.
One becomes attached to things, I suppose. Lovely. Preciosa. Mrs. McMillan, you decorated this all by yourself.
Yes, I did.
Charming, charming.
You know, my husband and I have lived here almost since the day we were married.
Derek and I hope to be married, too.
Oh, be sort of like a honeymoon house.
I hope so. If Derek is not too obstinate. bathroom. How fantastically convenient. Only Americans would think of having a bathroom right off the living room. Isn't that marvelous, Daddy?
Well, Miss Amaldi, I guess you'd probably like to see the kitchen. It's this way.
Yes, I'll show you the dinky cupboards and cheesy windows. You'll love them.
In Naples, you know, we have very small windows. I'm crazy, I guess, but I adore them. Like small picture frames. A canvas.
Smaller than life.
I smell something.
Dinner. That's the trouble. Whenever you cook in this house, it smells for hours.
But that's wonderful. A house should smell. It gives warmth, personality. It's lovely. I love it, my love. Say yes.
Well, you haven't even seen the upstairs.
Oh, I've seen enough. It's perfect.
Sure, she loved it from the pictures I showed her. Look, we got the deposit check already. Not that we're trying to rush you.
Well, I'd have to talk with my husband first.
Why don't you call him right now?
Oh, that wouldn't be possible because he's very busy. He has a lot of meetings today.
Then why don't we take you both to dinner someplace this evening?
Terrific.
No, we're having a party for him tonight. It's his birthday.
Oh! Well, maybe for a moment we could drop in and convince him. I'm very good at convincing.
I'm sorry, but that wouldn't be possible. Maybe tomorrow.
Of course, tomorrow. I'm being impatient as usual. Shall I call in the morning?
That would be lovely, Miss Amaldi.
Luciana. Ciao.
Ciao.
Yeah, well, listen, maybe this will give you some inspiration.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah, cute. Ciao.
Mr. Harrington.
You really handled that one great.
Ah, Luciana Amaldi, what a fantastic film star. She made a picture in my country once.
Really? In Greece?
Mm-hmm. Well, you sell her the house.
I don't know. She just loves it. She's not even arguing about the money.
Ah, then you will sell, no?
Ah, Commissioner. You ready to push off?
I guess so.
Why are you feeling so blue?
Oh, I don't know. Just a little down.
Hey, it's your birthday.
I know.
No, I mean, that's why you're feeling blue. You see, birthdays, sir, have a great emotional impact. I mean, we tell everyone not to make a great big thing out of it, and then when they don't, it's very depressing.
It's very perceptive.
Thank you, sir.
When's your birthday?
December. I'm a Sagittarius.
What day?
Well, if I tell you, sir, you write it down and make a big thing out of it.
You see, you do it too.
Oh. Yeah, well, I guess everybody does.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. When you get to be my age, it's nothing to make a fuss over.
By the way, what age is that, sir?
The age of enlightenment. Oh. Take me home.
Yes, sir. How about stopping for a couple of beers on the way?
No, Sally might be waiting. Want to come up for a beer?
Why, I thought you'd never ask. Looks like Mrs. McMillan isn't home yet.
No, I guess not.
I wonder if maybe she'd have a little of that extra meatloaf for that sandwich.
Oh, probably. You like meatloaf?
I adore her to make it about 3 or 4 times a
Have
week.
you ever had Mildred's meatloaf?
No, sir, I can't.
She's a
Say I have.
fair cook, you know, but you can't make meatloaf.
Oh, no.
Want some eggs? You cook the eggs. You're very good at cooking
Well, it was
eggs.
disastrous the last time.
No, remember I came to your apartment one time? Lights aren't on. Yes, Sally isn't here. I certainly am
Were you
surprised.
surprised?
Absolutely.
You didn't guess.
Absolutely
Not even suspect.
Absolutely.
Didn't
Ah,
even
yes.
suspect a
Thank
thing.
you.
Happy,
I need
happy.
this. Cheers, everybody. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mark.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Mark.
Hi, thank you.
Happy birthday. Long time no see.
Yes.
Commissioner, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who's that?
That's Tony's new girl.
Oh. Where's Tony?
He couldn't come.
Who's Tony?
He's the one who couldn't come.
Oh, Charlie!
Excuse me. Yes, sir, right here.
You dog, you knew about this all along.
Yeah, I sure did.
What if I said yes to your offer of a couple of beers?
Well, I kind of knew you wanted to come home just in case.
Well, you missed your calling. You should have been a psychiatrist. Sally,
Come here.
Oh, where's John and Sue?
Oh, John had to have dental surgery this morning, and Sue, she had to take one of the girls to a piano recital.
Oh, Farrell's here?
Yeah, they called me this afternoon heartsick. It seems like Bill's 96-year-old grandmother got sick, and they had to take her to the hospital.
Oh, is she all right?
I think so.
What about the Lesters?
Oh, they sent a gift, but Herman had to go down to a convention in L.A., and Bibi got the flu.
But Sally, who?
Well, just because our close friends couldn't come, I decided I didn't want to cancel the party, so I just moved over to the B list. What are you going to eat?
Mac?
Yes?
Happy birthday, darling Mac.
Darling Mac, this is Luciana Amaldi, and this is her fiancé, Derek Simon.
How do you do?
Are you surprised?
Very.
Oh, I'm sorry to barge in like this, like you told us not to, but I promise not to talk any business.
Business? What business?
Yes, Miss Amaldi would like...
A promise is a promise.
She would like to buy the house.
You told.
You do? Really?
She thinks it's just great.
Now, let's not talk any business until we've gone into the living room and you have drunk at least enough champagne that you will not be able to refuse my offer.
I find it hard to refuse you anything, Mrs. Maldi.
Hey, Mac.
Of course, I think we should take time to consider.
What is this I hear, Mac, that you're thinking about selling the house?
Oh, Miss Amaldi here seems to have taken quite a fancy to it.
Oh, well, now, I hate to be a wet blanket, but this is sure one lousy time to buy a house.
Hey, you're supposed to be on our side. They sold us the house.
Oh, really? Then I shall very quickly be able to find out if there are any skeletons in the closet.
And I'll be the first to rattle them for you.
I don't think I heard your name.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Church, this is Miss Amaldi and...
Derek Simon.
Derek Simon.
How do you do? I love the pictures, Mr. Maldi. Very good. Are you, making a film here?
Yes, in your beautiful city.
That's the reason she'd like to buy the house. She wants to live in it while she's filming.
Why don't you just rent? Owning a home can be a real pain, you know. Gardeners, decorators, painters. There's always something going wrong.
Yes, but think of the rewards on those days when things go right.
You're really going to sell it, Mac?
I never make real estate transactions without first consulting with my wife. Excuse me.
Hey, Bill, meet Laura.
When do I tell him about the termites?
Won't do any good, Mildred.
You don't want to sell the house, do you? Neither do I. So we'll take it off the market, and that will be the end of it.
Happy birthday, Maggie. Magic's still there. I can feel the ground starting to move.
What is that?
It's an earthquake.
Yeah, well, I'm glad the lines are okay. Any other damage? Okay. I'll be right down.
Sir, I radioed for a lab crew, but there's no chance till later.
All right, don't move our friend until they arrive.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mac, there doesn't seem to be any damage upstairs other than just some paintings off the wall.
I have to go down to the office for a moment. Don't worry. The worst is over. And right here, I'll stay with you.
Oh, remember what happened the last time.
See?
I love you.
Mr. Church, you were the previous owner of this house, isn't that right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, do you have any ideas to the identity of that skeleton there?
No.
No friends or relatives unaccounted for, then?
Oh, none.
Now, that side of the house, sir, that's part of the original structure, isn't it?
Well, no. As a matter of fact, we remodeled this part of the house ourselves.
About 5 years ago.
Including the fireplace wall?
Yes.
Well, I take it you didn't see any body behind the wall before you bricked it up then.
Well, now, if I had, Sergeant, I certainly would have reported it to somebody. After I stopped running.
Yes, sir, I'm sure you would have. What about you, Mrs. Church?
Well, Mrs. Church was in London at the time.
Yes, I was.
Thank you.
Well, I don't suppose you'll be interested in buying the house now, will you, Luciano?
As a matter of fact, I love houses which exude mystery, have their own excitement. House is like a woman, of much more desirability, with a scarlet past.
Mac and I have decided to take it off the market.
Oh, what a shame. Surely you will reconsider.
In any case, we must go back to our hotel. Through streets of rubble, I'm afraid.
You can pretend it's Naples in World War II.
It was such a special party. Madonna mia, I only hope another body doesn't fall out of the wall.
Hold that thought, Luciano.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Mildred, please put that brick down. That's material evidence.
That's what I call a gate crasher.
Hey, what are you doing?
Yoga.
At 3:30 in the morning?
It's the only way to deal with a crisis. How are things out there?
Well, all things considered, not too bad. Everybody get home all right?
I had a tough time getting rid of them. Everybody was so fascinated by that skeleton. Who do you think it is?
Was.
Whatever.
Whoever. Lab team will be here first thing in the morning.
Oh, Mac. I've been thinking. I think we should sell the house. First we have an earthquake, then a body falls out of the fireplace. Then we have a robbery. Don't forget about the robbery. I just don't feel safe here anymore.
Well, it'd be pretty hard to sell.
Well, Luciana Amaldi says that her offer still stands.
Even if the house doesn't?
Mac, the house is very solid. All that we sustained was cosmetic damage.
Well, I don't call a brick wall cosmetic damage.
Well, at least the room is still standing, isn't it?
It was only an aftershock.
I know.
Why are you standing in the doorway?
Insurance. Well, what do you think?
What?
About selling the house to Luciana.
We're not going to sell it.
Why?
An Italian movie star wants to buy our house.
Yeah.
She doesn't even quibble about the price.
No.
Then there's an earthquake. The brick fireplace falls in, a skeleton jumps out at us, and she still wants to buy the house and doesn't argue about the price. We're not selling.
You're getting mad.
No, I'm just concerned.
You know, if you want to stand on your head, you'd feel great.
Can't. The blood rushes to my head.
Well, I don't know how you can sleep when a gigantic earthquake could happen at any minute.
I'm not going to wait for it. I'm too tired. Good night.
Could you turn that light on?
Why?
I'm scared.
Of what?
I'm scared of earthquakes. People falling out of fireplaces, robberies, you name it, I'm scared of it.
Is that better? Good night. yes,
sorry. Oh,
No! Maggie, would you get maintenance on the phone, please?
I'm really sorry. Maintenance? Commissioner McMillan's office.
Thank you. Maintenance? Yes, I'm sorry. We were disconnected. Oh, look, give me a break, will you? I mean, this room looks like a cyclone went through it. Well, at least send somebody up to rehang the paintings. Well, what about a bribe? All right, could you see that it's done today, please? Thank you.
Any luck?
They said they'd try.
Oh, it's really not so bad, Commissioner.
It's terrible.
It's terrible.
You see? An impartial opinion.
It's terrible.
Maggie, let me help you with these books.
Thanks, I'd love.
How are things at the house?
I was lucky, actually. There was no real damage.
I'm very glad to hear that, Maggie. Actually, I was talking about my house.
Oh, I don't know, sir. I haven't been to your house.
I know. I was talking to Sergeant Enright.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be all right.
Charlie?
Everything's just fine, sir. The lab crew's there now.
Did you talk to the coroner's office?
Oh, yes, sir. Listen, they said that they could perform dental tests and x-ray comparisons.
But outside of that, sir, they're going to have a very tough time identifying the body.
The body? Whose?
We don't know. That's why they're performing dental tests and x-ray comparisons.
You mean a body just turned up at your surprise party?
A body fell out of the fireplace.
Oh, dear. Fireplace.
Let's check when that fireplace was built. Church did the remodeling. I'd like a list of people reported missing at that time.
Yes, sir.
What about this bowl?
What bowl?
This one.
Oh.
I've never seen it before.
That was stolen out of the house the other night. Meant to return it. Thanks for reminding me.
Commissioner, I know it's none of my business, but what with robberies and bodies falling out of the walls, don't you think you ought to consider a move?
Have you been talking to my wife?
Hello? No, no. Hello? Oh, Commissioner McMillan's office. Wait a minute, I'll see if he's in. Are you in?
Depends. Who is it?
Who is it? Captain Kellerman.
Yes.
He's in.
Yes, Captain. Where? Right. We'll be right down. Fatality report, the first one so far.
Where, sir?
Warehouse District, Corey, Maine.
Well, that area is usually deserted in the middle of the night.
I know. Let's go.
Have a nice day, sir. You too, Sergeant.
We'll do our best, Maggie. Oh, Maggie,
Yeah, I know.
thank you.
Maintenance. This is Commissioner McMillan's office. Don't you think you could send somebody at least to rehang the pictures? Looks like a cyclone hit it.
Frightened residents all over the city swamped telephone lines most of the night. One of the more bizarre incidents happened to the police commissioner himself. A skeleton, still unidentified, fell from the wall into the middle of his living room. George Church, well-known art dealer, and his wife Emily, former owners of the house, were as surprised as the McMillans over the arrival of the unexpected visitor.
Hello?
Mrs. McMillan.
Yes.
Roger Stambler, Lloyd's of London.
Isn't it a little bit late for insurance after it's happened?
No, this is a different matter. Is Commissioner McMillan in?
No, he's at the office.
I see.
Well, come on in.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Maybe there's something I can help you with.
No, I'm afraid not. It's something I must discuss with the commissioner himself. You really have a bit of a problem there.
Yeah, well, I was thinking of knocking a hole in that wall anyway.
I read about your unexpected visitor. Must have been quite a shock, I imagine.
Yes, he was the life and death of the party.
That's Mildred.
Ah, Mildred. Will your husband be in his office all day?
Should be. Maybe you could give him a call there.
Right. If I'm unable to reach him, will you be sure and tell him it is a matter of the utmost urgency?
I sure will, Mr. Stambler.
Thank you.
You know, I've never met anybody from Lloyd's of London before.
Really?
I'm except in the movies, of course.
I don't understand.
You know, after the big jewel robbery, then the guy comes from Lloyd's of London and he starts asking the leading lady all sorts of very penetrating questions.
Next time I come, I promise I'll have something really penetrating to say.
Okay, one sec.
Sally, darling.
Luciana. Hi, Derek. What have you got there?
Sweets for the sweet hostess. Very hard to find immediately after an earthquake, you can imagine.
I'm fine. This is Roger Stambler, Luciana Amaldi. But be careful of what you say to him because he's apt to ask you some penetrating questions.
Oh?
He's from Lloyd's of London.
How very interesting.
Oh, this is Derek Simon.
As a matter of fact, Miss Amaldi and I have already met. But I don't expect she'll remember. We insured some of her jewels, just a routine business meeting.
Luciana, you never should have brought me these things. They're very fattening.
Well, it's a bribe to get you to sell me your house. What a wreck, no?
Yes.
You're selling your house, Mrs. McMillan?
Well, we had been thinking about it, but we changed our minds last night.
What made you go against it?
I don't know. This and that.
Yes, I see. Well, I shall call your husband later. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Bye-bye.
Sure was nice to meet you.
Nice meeting all of you.
Okay. Well.
Come on, Lucy. Remember, I'm going to show you the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh.
If it's still standing. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Can't you take a joke?
Attorney Booker.
Looks like he's not going to lift any more of your bowls, Commissioner.
Well, it ought to be taken care of right away. How soon can you do it? Tomorrow morning's fine. Talk to you later. I just told the chief about Ernie Booker. Did you get an autopsy on him yet?
We're working on it, sir.
Good. Isn't it interesting that the only victim of the earthquake in this entire city happens to be the same man hired to find out whether the walls in my house are hollow or not?
Yeah, well, maybe this will help, sir. Here's the information you wanted on George and Emily Church.
Okay.
Here are hundreds of newspaper clippings about Luciana and her lover boy. But the real kicker is this, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yes?
It's your house.
Oh.
And that remodeling job was done by a contractor named Martin Sandowski.
Martin Sandowski?
Yes, sir. But the interesting thing about this particular blueprint is that we found it in the late Ernie Booker's apartment.
I'll get it, Mildred.
Just what we needed, somebody else dropping in.
I know it. Hi.
Hi, Mrs. McMillan, Walter Jennings.
Yeah.
National Insurance Company.
Oh, yeah. Come on in.
Thank you.
You know, you're the second insurance man to come and see me today.
Yeah?
First Lloyd's of London, and now you. You know, I don't think I've seen you since we took out our earthquake insurance policy.
No, I guess you haven't. I did talk to your husband on the phone, though. He says you recovered that silver bowl that the prowler took the other night.
Yeah. Well, it kind of helps when you're the police commissioner.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
I hope there's not going to be a problem with our claim. I know your office must be inundated with calls right now, but as you can see, we did have a little problem with it. What is that?
Your check.
You're kidding.
To start the repairs on account.
How did you manage that?
Yeah, a little pressure on the home office.
I don't believe it. This isn't what I expected at all.
That's some hole you got there, huh?
Yeah, we thought we'd make a sauna out of it.
Well, look, I just wanted to drop off the check here, and I do have several other calls to make, so...
You know, I sure appreciate this, Mr. Jennings. I
Well,
never
look,
expected it.
anything we can do to make it easier for you, you know. Listen, by the way, have you hired a contractor for that remodeling yet?
No, why?
I was just thinking, I know of a man by the name of Martin Sandowski, and apparently he did the remodeling for the Church family when they lived in the house.
Well, I guess he'd know where the bodies are buried.
Yeah, probably so. Oh, we'll see you later. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye now.
Where the bodies are buried, ha-ha.
Just sweep.
All right, Commissioner, I'm a busy man. There was an earthquake, remember?
So
somebody's got to clean up this whole
That's
mess
why the
here.
mountain came to Muhammad, Mr. Sandowski.
Why don't you just say what you got to say, huh?
Just a few routine questions.
Yeah, which I can already answer for you, believe me. No, I don't know the name of the skeleton. I know there's no member of my crew missing, period. I got no liability in this thing
This
at
is
all.
very likely a murder charge, Mr. Sandowski, so perhaps you better remember everything you can about remodeling that house.
All right. The owner, George Church, asked me to finish a job in a hurry, so I finished it in a hurry. The wall was only half done. He called me up and said he'd pay me double if I finished it the same day, so I did. He paid me, then he got on a plane, visited his wife in London. How was I supposed to know the San Andreas Fault was going to cave in?
You didn't see a body on the other side of that wall?
No, what do I know about a body? The wall, even half finished, was already up to here.
You didn't even look?
No, I didn't look. I didn't see anything. I mixed my lousy cement, I took my money, and I bugged off. So sue me.
Don't tempt me.
Come on, fellas, move it, will you? You haven't got all day.
Commissioner?
Yeah.
Something's fishy here. You know, if I were Sandowski on that job, I'd have looked over onto the other side of the wall.
Well, of course. Who wouldn't? Now, look. He's not off the hook yet. I want to go stop and see George Church. I'll drop you off.
Hi, Matt.
This is a surprise. Say, listen, Emily and I were just about to have dinner at the club. Why don't you call Sally and come on over?
Well, we'd love to, but I've got a lot of work to do at the office.
Oh.
Well, there doesn't seem to be too much damage around here.
No. Emily thought for sure that our stained glass panels and reams would be smashed to smithereens, but they weren't.
Not one small angel.
Very good.
Well, now, listen here. If you will not have dinner, will you have a sherry?
What? If you haven't anything stronger, be glad.
Right over here.
It's over here. Come on.
Solid lead crystal from Florence, 16th century. Nothing but the best.
So I see.
Emily,
Thank you.
Mac. And a little one for me.
Cheers.
Cheers.
That helps. You know, Mac, we have no idea who that body could be in your wall. We're as baffled as you are.
Do you recognize these?
Plans.
Of the house.
Oh, yes. Well, they must be the plans for that remodeling job that we did about 5 years ago, just before you bought the place.
They were found in an apartment of a third-rate loser named Ernie Booker. Ernie Booker was the only fatality last night in the whole city.
Well, the contractor filed those with the city, Mac, while he was doing the remodeling job. Anyone could have gotten a copy of them.
Yes, I just spoke with your contractor, Martin Sandowski.
Sandowski, right.
He says you paid him double to seal up the wall in one day.
Yes, that's right.
Why?
Well, I haven't told Emily about this. She was in London at the time, but, well, I wanted to see her, and, you know how those contractors are. They're as, well, they can be awfully bloody slow.
That's true. They were taking a very long time.
And so that's all there is to it, Mac. A man missing his wife.
Yes, well, I better get back to the office.
Oh, by the way, Mac, we really feel awfully bad about the house. You know, walls falling in and all that sort of thing. I feel like I've sold you a lemon. But Emily and I always kind of liked it. So why don't you let me make amends? Buy it back from you at a fair price. Or maybe a little profit.
You know something, George? I'm becoming very close to that house. I don't know quite what it is, but there's something I can't put my finger on.
I always felt that way about it, too.
Well, give it some thought, will you, fella?
Thanks for the wine.
You might consider even going into a condominium.
Darling, condominiums are so out. Isn't it marvelous? You wanted to be with me in London so much that you went to all that extravagant expense.
Commissioner McMillan, could I see you a second, please? Roger Stambler, Lloyd's of London.
How do you do?
How do you do? I've actually been waiting.
Why didn't you wait up in the office?
Ah, because I have a very private and very difficult matter to discuss with you.
Such as?
Could we go for a drink somewhere?
Why don't you give me a clue to what you're talking about?
Well, let's just say I think you'd rather be sitting down than standing up.
Forgive me if I seem to hurry this along.
Commissioner, what if I were to tell you there's something other than one very bony skeleton hidden in your quaint little fireplace wall?
At the risk of sounding repetitious, such as?
Let's say $4 million worth of emeralds.
I'll take that drink.
Late.
Oh, where are you meeting him?
Oh, someplace called the Lido, but we're only going to have drinks. We shouldn't be back very late.
Oh, bring me one back in a doggy bag, will you?
Okay.
McMillan residence. Oh, yeah, sure. Hi, Demetrius. How are you?
I'm fine. I was thinking, Mildred, that perhaps just the two of us could have dinner tonight here at my restaurant.
The two of us?
Yes, such a charming woman as yourself deserves to taste more of life. Not to mention my tremendous moussaka.
Gee, that's the best offer I've had all day. I'm sorry I can't, though. The McMillans are out.
Then I have an even better idea. I come over there with my tremendous moussaka.
Well, that sounds kind of interesting. You got a deal?
How do you feel about Uzo?
Well, why don't you ask me that when you get to know me a little better, okay?
I'll be there just as soon as I can. Goodbye.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest one of all? Cut that out!
Two Scotch waters, one with ice and one without.
Yes, I'm without.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to let the office know where I was.
All right. The royal family.
Yes, and the bicentennial. Okay, suppose we start at the beginning.
Beginning. Yes, well, the vultures are gathering. I hope you understand that.
At this particular moment, I'm not too sure I do.
Have you ever heard the name Ken Ryan?
Ken Ryan? No, I don't think so.
He's an American, a soldier of fortune. He's a charming bounder, I have to admit. Has a fatal fascination for emeralds, in particular a necklace that's part of the Greek crown jewels, which, unfortunately, we insure.
And you think this Ryan hid them in my house?
Almost certainly, yes. 5 years ago, Ryan came to San Francisco and contacted his good friend, George Church, who then owned what is now your house. Church had to go to London to meet his wife, and he let Ken use the place. But Ryan needed a fence. Before any deal was consummated, some Greek agents who'd been following him closed in and spirited him back to prison in Greece. And they assumed, quite naturally, as they didn't find any of the emeralds, that he'd already fenced them.
And he hadn't?
No. Since they've never surfaced, he obviously hid them in your house. Well, tempus fugit, as they say, and Ryan is now released. He contacts his former mistress. Who? Luciana Amaldi. Yes. What do you know? Luciana heads straight for San Francisco and your place.
You mean she's fronting for him?
Precisely.
What about the skeleton?
We don't know for sure. We do know Ryan had negotiated with a big-time fence. It could have been him, or maybe even one of the Greek agents, a scuffle of some kind. The point is, at this moment, nefarious forces are trying to penetrate your household, and you should do something about it.
Like what?
Begin a systematic search. I think it'd be rather nice for us if we found the emeralds first. My neck is on the line, job-wise.
Rather imagine it is.
All right. Where have you been?
What do you mean? Where have I been?
I have been at the Lido waiting for you. When your office called and told me to meet you there at 7, I went there. Then when you didn't show up, I called your office. The switchboard says you're here.
I didn't ask anybody to call you. Who did you talk to?
Well, I talked to the new girl.
I think we should get to your house right now.
When an Italian speaks to an Italian, he speaks Italian. When a Spaniard speaks to a Spaniard, he speaks Spanish. But when one wants to speak to the gods, he speaks Greek.
That's terrific, you know that?
Of course. In the 4th century BC, there was a tremendous cataclysm near the island of Crete.
No kidding.
A tidal wave engulfed all living creatures. Civilization was destroyed completely.
Yeah?
But what do you want to hear of tragedy in your innocent life? Conflicts of ancient dynasties.
Oh, that's better than the late movie.
This is the late movie. Am I keeping you awake, my dear lady?
No, but this stuff you brought is powerful. Wow.
Why don't you lie down here on the couch?
Oh, yeah?
While I clear away the dishes.
Oh. Yeah.
Mildred. Mildred.
Mildred!
I feel like somebody slipped me a Mickey Finn.
Somebody slipped Demetrius a lot worse.
Any argument, did it, Commissioner?
None whatsoever.
Can you give us any statement at all?
Sorry.
You've got to admit, Commissioner, your house has certainly been where the action is lately.
Keep those reporters away from here.
Commissioner, Demetrius's personal effects, sir.
Have the lab check everything for prints.
Here's to the elusive Mr. Ken Ryan.
What makes you think it was Ken Ryan?
Shall we say I recognize his style? Got Sally out of the house, thought that Mildred was asleep. Didn't count on old Demetrius being there, and so he had to kill him just as we arrived.
Maybe. Meanwhile, why don't you give Sergeant Enright here a description? We can put out an APB on Mr. Ryan.
It's the trouble with Ken Ryan. He's so bloody general. No.
Sally, why did you pick Demetrius to cater the party?
Henri.
Who's he?
He's the man that usually does our catering. You know that. Besides, he called me a couple of days ago. He said his ovens had broken down. Maybe I'd use the Greek that had the restaurant down the street.
Didn't you inquire anything of him?
I certainly look Greek.
He said a lot of sweet nothings to me, Commissioner. I think he wanted my body, such as it is.
I think I'll go down to that restaurant and see what I can find. Would you care to come along?
I better not. I have to call the Home Office.
I'll go with you, Mac.
Uh-uh.
Come on.
Okay.
Mildred, are you going to be all right?
Oh, sure. I feel like a million.
Maybe I should call a doctor and have him send you over a sedative.
Oh, please, no. Every time I go to sleep, somebody gets killed.
Commissioner, you're not going to leave the house unguarded, are you?
Not a chance, am I?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll stay here.
Okay.
See, Ryan killed Demetrius, but he may not have found the emeralds at all.
She likes you.
Who?
The belly dancer. Look at that.
What?
She's got muscles in places that I don't even have places.
You underestimate yourself.
Katina, may we come in for a minute?
Yes.
Tina. Demetrius is dead.
How did it happen?
Murder.
Do you know who?
Not yet.
I told him not to go. But he wouldn't listen. He was not a superstitious man.
What was he?
A proud, honorable man.
Not simply a caterer.
No,
He was an agent, wasn't he?
for the Greek government. Working to recover that which was rightfully ours. The emeralds from the crown jewels. From those who stole them.
Did he know who stole them?
He never told me. If he had, I would kill him, myself, or her. An old Greek custom. When we're worried or fearful, we run our fingers over the beads like this. It's supposed to keep us safe. Solve all of our problems. I tried to get Demetrius to take them, but he wouldn't. He laughed.
He didn't believe in worry beads?
Perhaps if he had been a bit more superstitious, he'd be alive now.
3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8.
Sergeant, could you deal the cards just a little faster?
What's the rush, Mildred?
I'd like to get the hand in before the next quake hits.
Well, how many cards you got?
8.
9, 9, 10, 10.
You want that?
Hmm?
Do you want that?
Oh, yes.
Tempo, Sergeant. Come on.
Take it easy, Mildred. You look like you're going to jump out of your skin.
Listen, a big earthquake comes, right? A body falls out of a brick wall, and a Greek masher is killed in my very presence, and you tell me to take it easy?
I think that's another gin.
Nothing. This is really my night, isn't it?
All right, that makes 11,500.
Can I give you a check?
No. I only accept cash.
Well, in that case, how about another hand, double or nothing?
Done.
You know, 10 to 1, those emeralds are around here someplace.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Mildred. I mean, if they are around here, they'll turn up.
Somehow, turn up is not exactly what $4 million worth of emeralds do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the way you dealt those cards was really fantastic. Where'd you learn how to handle cards like that?
Oh, here and there.
Hmm? Oh, well, that sounds a little bit shady.
Well, if you really must know, I learned to play cards in the service.
You were in the service?
Mm-hmm, the wax.
No kidding. Which war?
The great one.
North against South?
You're on thin ice, Sergeant.
Gin.
Well, when you're hot, I guess.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm a stranger in town. I wondered, could you direct me to your room?
What?
Well, actually, it was just a silly little joke. I was trying to get up enough courage to ask you if you would care to join me for a drink.
No, thank you. Good night.
What if I told you I only had 4 months to live?
I'll send you a card.
If I said that tomorrow I had to go overseas and fight the Hun?
Won't work.
You do know what will happen, I suppose.
I beg your pardon.
I see you do know what will happen. I'll go to my room alone, get ready for bed, maybe pour myself a brandy, pick up a book, and find myself reading, staring at the same page over and over again. And why? Because I'll be thinking of you, alone in your room. And you'll probably be staring at a book, thinking of...
You. I get the picture. Good night.
Well, of course, there's more. Actually, then I'd come down the corridor, tiptoe, tap on your door quietly, the door would open, and there you'd stand in your negligee, looking radiant. We'd look at each other for one moment, and then kiss.
Right here in the corridor.
Well, then we could go to other rooms.
Didn't you read the little sign on the inside of your room?
Yeah.
They charge extra for double occupancy.
Touché.
Good night.
Good night.
Excuse me.
You reconsidered?
No, I'm having a terrible time with my key. Can you help me, please?
Of course. More people have met because of keys. Let me do this. You all right?
I'm okay. What happened?
I don't know. I think someone rigged up a bomb to explode when I opened my door.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Yeah, you saved my life, you know.
What are you? What are you? Some sort of a gangster?
No, actually, I'm in insurance, although I guess you could draw your own conclusions.
Would you like to come in and call the police?
Yes, I would.
I may even call room service and order us both a drink.
See, I knew you'd like me after all.
Any man who would blow up his hotel room just to have a drink with a lady has got to be worth spending a little time with.
By the way, my name is...
Shh. Let's be very mysterious about our names.
Oh, good. We'll pretend we're amnesia victims.
You know, Mac, I felt so sorry for poor Katina.
Me too.
You get the feeling that her relationship with Demetrius was a little more than just a professional one.
Yeah, I think that was obvious. You know, I could never figure out how anybody does that.
Not very hard if you want to try it.
No, I don't want to spend a week in traction.
Oh,
The human leg was not meant to bend that way.
come on. Why don't you try it?
No, thank you.
You know, you're always teasing me about it, but you never try it. That's not fair.
Of course not. But if I can't be unfair to my own wife, who can I be unfair to?
You're afraid.
Only of physical torture.
It's going to enhance your physical well-being. I'll start you off with a simple one.
Night.
Come on. Try it.
Oh.
You're gonna try it now. Come on. Oh, gosh, it was easier to get you to marry me.
Well, it was much more pleasant.
Now just sit like this, just like Indian.
Well, that's a snap.
Yeah, you're doing great so far. Now all you have to do is.
Now,
Yeah, ready? Okay, just relax. Breathe deeply. Take a deep breath. And there you go. Now you're there. Now just relax. Try to balance yourself. Wait a minute. Here you go. This is not. It's.
Oh, no, I don't.
Ready?
You're going to.
Okay.
Oh, give me a crap. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, I almost got it. Oh, here, I'll get it.
Wait, answer the phone.
Okay. Hello? Are you here for Roger Stambler?
Yes.
Yes, he's here. Hold on a second. I'll get it for you.
Hello, Roger.
Hello, old chap. How are you?
You're wonderful, thank you. Yourself?
Well, I'm pretty shaky, as a matter of fact. Someone planted a bomb in my room. It was sheer luck it didn't get me.
A bomb?
Yes, a bunch of your expert chappies are going over what's left of my room for clues.
Well, do you want to stay here?
No, I'll muddle through.
All right, I'll see you in the morning. We ought to have the reports by then.
Good show.
Now, you be careful, huh? Try to get a little sleep.
Sleep? I don't think I'm going to get a wink.
Welcome to the club. Good night.
Pleasant dreams, Commissioner. Wrong number.
How's your leg? Your cramp?
Terrific.
Come on, then.
Good night.
Come on.
Good
You almost
night.
got it.
Good night.
You're just nothing but a chicken. It's true. You'll never find inner peace.
You know, I could never figure out how people do that.
Oh, it's simple. You want to try it?
No. Good night. Is Sergeant Enright in yet? All right, send him in the moment he arrives. Thank you. Did you contact your London office?
Yes, courtesy of the San Francisco Police Department. Although I must say my office is rather upset.
Imagine they are.
Yes, they're convinced Ken Ryan has found the emeralds and is very likely out of the city by now.
You don't agree?
No, I don't. In fact, I think it was Ken Ryan who tried to kill me.
Why? Doesn't sound like his style.
Well, let's just say he knows when it comes to $4 million, I can be very tenacious. And I don't think after all these years he wants to take a chance on losing something he feels is no doubt rightfully his.
Well, don't discount Miss Amaldi. She may be fronting for Ryan, and again, she may not.
Yes, I've been giving that some thought of late.
Well, she and that boyfriend of hers may not feel like sharing.
Exactly.
I bet you never thought the insurance business would be quite this dangerous.
You're absolutely right. Although one good thing did come out of last night. I met this absolutely charming woman. Of course, my hotel room was virtually destroyed by that bomb, and she very kindly offered me shelter. Delightful woman. Charming.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, Commissioner. We really hit the jackpot at the coroner's office, sir. There are 2 reports. You were absolutely right about Ernie Booker, sir. He was bashed in the head someplace else. And then his body was dumped at least 4 hours after the earthquake in that elevator. And in addition, we have discovered that the elevator cables were cut.
And the other report?
Well, sir, that bag of bones behind your fireplace was positively identified as one Fred Omida. Sound familiar?
Fred Omida. Oh, yeah. Do I?
Oh, who's Fred Omida?
He was a sleazy private eye. The kind that would tail you, take pictures of you, and then blackmail you with them. He was also go-between among a dozen fences in this city. He could have been negotiating a deal for Ryan.
Well, then why would Ryan have killed him?
Well, he could have wanted a larger finder's fee. Or maybe it wasn't Ryan that killed him after all. It might have been one of the Greek agents.
Any idea who the fence might be?
With all the fences in this city, why don't you make a list of the probables?
If you find anything out, will you let me know?
Will do.
Well, I'm off now. I'm going to go out and buy some more clothes. Everything I had was blown up, of course. I bought this suit this morning. It's rather nice, isn't it?
Terrific.
I'd love to see the face of the general manager of Lloyd's of London when he gets the bill for this. Listen, thank you for the tea.
Welcome.
Bye-bye.
Is this Nature's personal effects?
Yes, sir. In addition, we had a little talk with Henri, your regular caterer, and he admits that he let Demetrius bribe him to take the party assignment.
Yes. Put her on. Emily, what is it?
It's about George. We had a terrible fight. He knows a lot more than he told you. I tried to get him to call you, but he won't. He's at the shop. Will you go and see him, please?
I will, Emily, right away.
Mildred, I really doubt you're going to find it up there.
Listen, if I was going to hide $4 million worth of emeralds, this is where I'd hide it, where it's difficult. Don't leave the ladder. How I feel about heights.
George! George!
Do you remember that Edgar Allan Poe story?
Yeah, Vincent Price was in the movie.
The one where they're all searching around for that letter? They're all looking for a letter?
Yeah, and it was hidden under the floor.
Yeah, no, that was another one. This one, they're all looking for a secret compartment, a special secret hiding place. Then the police inspector comes, and he just walks over to the spot where it is, the most logical place for it to be.
Hold on to the ladder, will you?
I don't believe it. There's something here. I don't believe it. We found it.
This is Commissioner McMillan. Send an emergency ambulance to George Church's antique shop on Market Street. Right. Emily,
Oh,
how is he?
they aren't really sure. They say he has a chance.
What happened between you two?
Oh, Mac.
Tell me, Emily. George was a friend of Ken Ryan's, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he wanted him to conduct a fence to the emeralds?
Yes.
I didn't know about the emeralds then.
We were about to leave for London when Ryan arrived. Apparently, George knew a fence, and the fence sent an intermediary. A dreadful little man by the name of Fred O'Meara. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know who the fence was. Anyway, George thought I should go on, so he took me to the airport, and when he got back, he found Omida dead.
Brian was gone.
Oh, yes, yes, with the emeralds. Or so we thought. We were having the house remodeled. So, George hid the body behind the wall. We paid the contractor double time. And then he came to London to meet me. And later on, I'm so sorry. We sold the house to you.
Do you know who tried to kill George today?
No. I got a telephone call. I thought he was having an affair. So I listened on the extension, and it was a man. He said he'd taken care of Demetrius, and he thought the emeralds were still in your house. He wanted George to help him, and he threatened him.
Did you recognize the voice?
No. I confronted George. We had a terrible scene. He left the house, and then I called you.
Did he tell you who the fence was?
No. He said he thought it was safer.
Guess what?
Hi. You decided to sell the house?
No. The niche. I found it. Right there in front of our very fingertips, and this was inside.
The jewel box.
Mm-hmm.
An empty jewel box.
Well, that's what it is, all right. An empty jewel box.
I know it's empty. You can't have everything, you know.
Why not?
Anyway, the way I've got it figured is the guy comes in, he kills Demetrius, he finds the emeralds, he makes off with them, and he leaves that in our house.
1 out of 2's not bad.
Plastic worry beads. Those look like Katinas.
These were found in Demetrius's pocket.
Don't be ridiculous, Mac. He hated worry beads. You heard Katina say that.
I know. That's why I had them x-rayed. Underneath 37 cents worth of cheap plastic, there are hidden, in all their pristine splendor, $4 million worth of very green Greek emeralds.
Well, that solves that.
Now all I have to do is solve 3 murders in 2 attempts.
Well, that part's easy.
Do you hear that, Charlie? She said that part's easy.
All you have to do is set a trap or something.
Why not a trap, sir?
A trap? You may tell your readers that my wife and I are moving out until the house is repaired.
But, Commissioner, how can you be sure that the emeralds aren't still on the premises?
As I told you in my statement last night, we had a police lab team here tearing the whole place apart. My best information is that the emeralds are already out of the country.
You said the same person that killed Demetrius Anapopoulos stole them.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, it is important.
Excuse me a minute.
I'll be out front.
Right.
You want to follow me? I'll try to answer.
I've been trying to reach you.
Well, the hotel messed up, I suppose. I've been reading your statement in the morning paper.
Can you come over to the house tonight about 8?
I thought you were moving out.
I'll be in the car across the street.
What's up?
I'll tell you then.
I'll get him out.
Hi, Mrs. McMillan. How are you?
Fine, come on.
Hey, Commissioner, how's it going?
Fine. Sally and I are moving out until we can get the house prepared.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's work will probably go a lot faster that way. Say, I'm supposed to meet a couple of contractors to get their bids.
Oh, we'll be out of your way in just a few minutes.
No. You take your time. I can wait outside. If you need me for anything, just give me a holler.
You know, you've really been helpful with all this, Mr. Jennings. Excuse me for a minute.
Yeah, well, you know, I sold George Church the original policy on this house. How's he doing anyway, do you know?
Touch and go.
Too bad. A nice guy.
Yeah.
Hi, Commissioner.
Well, Mr. Harrington,
Listen, you still planning to sell the house? Think I got a customer for you.
with a landmark as famous as Fisherman's Wharf, I'd sooner start to sell tickets.
Oh, and you're not, huh?
No, Mr. Harrington. Definitely not.
Oh, Mr. Harrington.
No, we are not.
No, we're not.
Well, you know, that emerald thing, that could be a very good selling point, you know.
Goodbye, Mr. Harrington.
I'll think it over.
Mac, I've got a question for you.
What?
If you tell everybody that the guy that killed Demetrius stole the emeralds and left the country, then why is anybody going to come back here looking for them?
Because whoever killed him didn't get them.
Huh. Do we know who that is yet?
No.
What about George and Emily Church?
Somebody tried to kill him.
Katina, what about Katina?
It doesn't wash.
Seemed pretty clean to me.
That is a figure of speech, Mildred. As in, doesn't make sense.
Luciana. It's got to be Luciana.
Commissioner?
Derek? Jana?
Commissioner, how nice to see you.
What can I do for you?
I know this is a terrible time for you, but I must know if you are still seriously entertaining our offer to buy your house.
I should think you'd no longer be interested.
But I am interested. I'm prepared to make you an offer you cannot refuse.
I must refuse. I think you'd have no more interest in the house, what with the emeralds gone.
Emeralds?
Luciana, you and everybody else didn't suddenly take an interest in my house out of sheer coincidence.
I am not understanding, Commissioner.
The other night, a man was killed in my house.
I read of it.
He was a Greek named Demetrius. He catered my birthday party.
Well, the food wasn't that great, but it wasn't anything to kill him over.
He was really a Greek agent.
That's funny. I didn't know that William Morris had an office over there.
Derek, darling, let the Commissioner speak.
You still have ties in Greece, haven't you?
Ties? In what fashion?
An American expatriate named Ken Ryan.
There have been many excitements in my past. There's only one excitement now. You Americans put it so well, for better or worse.
Isn't it interesting that you can just dismiss him just like that?
What are you insinuating?
When he got out of prison, he went to your apartment in Rome asking for help. You had a new lover then, Derek here. So you double-crossed him, found out where the emeralds were, and then dumped him conveniently in the Tiber.
Is that a formal charge you're making?
No, Rome is not within my jurisdiction. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a lot of work to do, and I have to move my family to a hotel.
Let's go, Derek. Spero che i tuoi denti merciscono e i tuoi capelli cascano! Capito?
Mamma mia. I hope you don't parle Italiano, sir.
No, why?
Well, she said that she hopes that your teeth rot and your hair falls out.
Well, that happens to all of us sooner or later.
I think she meant sooner, sir.
Sorry I'm late. Anything happen?
Not a thing. Thanks for having me along.
Not at all.
Shall I get the light?
Leave it dark.
What do we do?
We wait. Hello, Mr. Jennings. And please don't tell us you were inspecting the premises for insurance damage.
How did you find out?
What, that you were the fence? By checking the list of Fred Omega's old contacts. And George Church supplied you with all the information you needed. The only thing you didn't have was access to this house once you found out where the emeralds were. So you hired poor old Ernie Booker.
And he tried to blackmail me.
No honor among thieves anymore? And Demetrius?
He got here first, but he didn't find him.
Yes, he did. He hid him in his pocket just before you got here.
No, wait a minute. I searched him.
What self-respecting Greek doesn't always carry around his worry beads? Take him downtown, read him his rights, and book him.
Yes, sir, officer. Mr. Jennings, this way, please.
Bravo. Wonderful job. My office is going to be tickle pink. Now, if you'd like to divest yourself of that $4 million headache, I'd be only too glad to give you a receipt for it. Naturally, my company will see that the gems are returned to the Greek government forthwith. Well, to a job well done. Cheers.
Cheers. Come on, why don't you treat yourself to an ice cube or two?
I beg your pardon?
And your scotch. Scotch and water tastes pretty insipid without ice for an American.
My dear chap, I've no idea what...
And that phony accent, you can cool that, too. Ken Ryan, I presume?
I had you going for a while, though. At the risk of sounding repetitious, how'd you find out?
Lloyd's of London is very cooperative. It seems that Roger Stambler is on vacation in Africa.
Yeah, he's on safari, if you can believe that.
Is this where you take out the gun? Come on. Surely you don't want to ruin my image of Ken Ryan, soldier of fortune, Robin Hood, bon vivant, and surviving a dunking in the Tiber?
That's true. But when did I ever tell you I was Robin Hood? Now I want the emeralds.
And go to jail again? You've already paid that price.
Just give me the emeralds.
Isn't it the game that counts, and not really the prize?
Only on television. The emeralds.
It'd be poor taste to kill a police commissioner, because that's what you're going to have to do to get them.
It isn't loaded anyway. I never carried a loaded gun.
It makes us even, because these aren't loaded either. The real ones are in my safe. To the royal family.
The bicentennial. Oh, I gotta have some ice.
Are you asleep?
Not now.
Oh, great. Listen, there was one thing I forgot to ask you. You know your surprise party? You knew about it, didn't you? Come on.
No, I really didn't.
Come on, you did, didn't you?
No, honestly, I didn't.
I know you knew about it, didn't you?
Okay. I did.
How did you find out about it? I love you. Magic. It's still there.
Didn't work.
A lot of kids like it.
Is that right?
That's lovely.
Thank you. I like that.
A lot of sticks, but a lot of houses full of stickers. Tons of Christmases.
And now for some dessert. An after-dinner drink.
What was that dessert over there?
Ah, Cherry's Jubilee with spumoni. Looks more like a flamethrower to me.
I'll just have a chocolate mousse and the cognac, please.
I think I'll have the Tortoni Luigi.
Coffee, Luigi.
I'll have the same, Luigi.
I am not Luigi. I am only Alfredo.
Why don't you try the espresso?
Oh, you think?
Well, if you don't like it, I'll finish it.
One espresso Luigi. Very nice.
There he goes with the Luigi again.
Everything around here is something, Luigi. It's his restaurant.
Faye, in memory of this wonderful evening, I think that we should name our first child Luigi.
Well, what if he's a girl?
Oh. Well, in that case, I think we ought to name him Shirley.
Well, he's gone bananas.
It's called love. Charlie? If I could tear you away for a moment.
Oh,
I'd like to
yes,
propose
yes.
a toast.
Of course, Mac.
For Charlie, replacing you will neither be easy nor agreeable.
I hope you're doing the right thing.
Of course he is.
You're not letting me finish my toast.
It's not you, Faye. It's Charlie, 11 years on the force, all that pension and security just going out the window. What are you laughing about?
The idea of security and being a cop.
No, I think Charlie has a great future. I'm sure that he will double his salary in no time.
Let's drink to that.
I will indeed.
And I'd like to propose a toast to Faye, who has instilled in me a confidence I never knew I had.
That's so lovely.
Tell me, Charlie, what are your plans after your resignation is official?
Well, sir, I've already had a couple of feelers from two very respectable investigative agencies.
Mm-hmm. They make a firm offer?
One of them did. But I'm not going to rush into anything until I'm absolutely sure it's what I want. I know I definitely do not want to be a gumshoe.
What's a gumshoe?
A private detective who follows people around.
Well, what else does a private detective do?
Well, those big agencies have good administrative men, too.
And that's the kind of job I'm hoping to land. Not that working with you hasn't been terrific, sir, but the hours do leave a lot to be desired.
And you think you'll enjoy working from 9 until 5?
You bet I will. It'll give me more chance to be with Faye.
Mm-hmm. We just missed the turn off Broadway.
Mm-hmm. But that's the way to work.
My car is at the work, remember?
Yes. Okay, I'll turn here and double back.
You sure you don't want to stop by the house?
No, thank you, sir. It's getting rather late. Thanks for a terrific evening.
Good night.
Good night, Sally. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Yes, and we're gonna have to do this again soon, right, Sergeant?
You bet. Good night.
Good night.
The whole thing is incredible. I mean, who is she?
Where is she?
Probably parked somewhere looking at the stars.
Listen, I've been waiting up all night to meet this great new love of his.
The whole thing is fishy. All of a sudden, he's in love. I mean, no warning at all.
What did you expect? Fanfare?
Yeah, what's she like?
Very attractive. Oh, hello there.
Good evening.
Beneath the surface of all that love and kisses, I detect a patronizing attitude. Besides, she's definitely not Sergeant Enright's type.
How can you say that?
I don't even know what type she is.
Besides, I don't even know what that means.
Maybe he's not her type. What does she see in him?
Now that is chauvinistic.
I thought you had to be a man to be chauvinistic.
No, a woman can be sure. Are you still here?
Of course I'm still here. Anyway, Sergeant Enright's future is my concern, too.
I think it's time for you to say goodnight.
Not by a long shot.
All right, I'll grant you she is attractive and wholesome in appearance. But what do we know about her? Where does she come from? How does she live so lavishly?
You sound like a mother hen has lost her little chick.
Well, Sergeant Enright's like a part of our family.
She has a wealthy father in Denver. That much I'll tell you. And besides, we haven't lost a son. We've gained a daughter.
Well, somehow I don't feel maternal towards her.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Beat it.
Tell you what we'll do. We'll have her over for lunch. Then we'll give her the good old third degree.
Ladies, please, leave him alone. It's Enright's life.
We'll think of something, Mildred.
All right.
You don't really think she's that bad, do you?
Mac, I just hate to see Sergeant Enright throwing his life away.
He's not throwing his life away. He's changing his job.
Something does not ring true about her. I'm sure of it.
I realize this is not a retirement luncheon. Charlie's much too young for that. But I do want to present him with this gold watch as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you very much, sir. That is a beauty. Well, it's been 11 great years with the police department. And the last 5 years with you, sir, have been more than gratifying. Thank you. I have made enough friends to last me an entire lifetime. And I hope that you won't hold it against me for leaving. It's certainly not because of any dissatisfaction with the work or the fine people that I've worked with. It's just that there comes a time in every man's life when he must reassess his career goals. And if I may speak frankly, sir, I'm hoping to better myself financially. So from the bottom of my heart, may I thank you for this wonderful luncheon and this beautiful watch. And I think I'd better sit down now and stop talking before I change my mind. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. I'm gonna miss you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
He really quit, didn't he, Mildred?
Yeah, but he'll still come around. He's a pushover for my cooking.
Who's a pushover for your cooking?
Sergeant Enright.
He's a pushover for anybody's cooking.
Gee, thanks, Commissioner.
Hello.
Let me see your watch.
Oh, is that her?
Fabulous Faye.
Wow, look at that jewelry. Look at those threads. That must cost more than he makes in a year. Well, now I understand everything. He couldn't possibly support her on a sergeant's salary.
Mildred, if her father in Denver is supposed to have all that money, what difference does it make what his salary is?
That's not the point. Charlie will provide for him on his own, without anybody's help.
Mr. Herschel, rumor has it that you're not running for re-election.
Rumor has it wrong.
I'm making it official that my campaign has started. As of now.
Give him hell, Jerry.
Any further questions?
Yes, well, I would like to know why you're going to run.
I think it's just fine. It demonstrates the mayor's awareness of fiscal responsibility, and at the same time, the budget shows the man to be a humanitarian.
Sound enthusiastic, Herb.
Just because I'm the city controller doesn't make me a tightwad. I've been around too long to be rattled by the penny pinchers.
Morning, Herb.
Commissioner. Oh, Commissioner.
How are you coming with the budget problem?
Stinks. But what can you do? The economy's killing all of us.
You didn't tell me about it. I lost insight to the economy.
I thought you lost him to a woman.
Same thing, isn't it?
There's just no way City Hall competes with the private sector today.
If there was a little more budget in my department, I might still have it.
I suppose you're right, Stuart. There's a young lawyer, name of Art Taylor. He's brilliant, interested in criminology. He's been working in the public defender's office.
Is he another one of your legendary Herb Simpson pitches?
My pitches are legendary because I always deliver the goods. Besides, you'd like him. He could provide you with a different point of view. And there's no denying we can all use fresh input around here these days.
Is he a nephew?
No.
Son of a good friend.
Mac, you know I wouldn't bother you if the kid was a Lox.
Have him stop by.
I owe you one, pal. He's in your office now.
Go on. Good morning, Maggie. Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning, Commissioner.
What are you so engrossed about?
My sample ballot just came in the mail, and I can't decide who to vote for. Do you have a preference? Well?
Oh, well, take Voigtlander, for example. Young, bright, well-researched, supported the new water bill. A very consumer-oriented piece of legislation.
So you think that's the man to vote for?
He is a woman.
Funny name.
Her husband doesn't think so.
All right, I'll mark my ballot for her.
On the other hand, there's Wilson, the opponent. Head of the mayor's commission on ecology. The report was no less than brilliant. Would you like a cup of coffee?
No, thanks. I have some. What's Wilson?
Protestant, I think.
No, man or woman.
I thought you said it didn't matter.
I am trying to form an informed opinion, Commissioner.
Oh, well. Wilson's a man, and they're both exceptionally well qualified.
Then I'm right back where I started again. Which one should I vote for?
The last time I looked, the ballot was secret.
So you're not going to push some preference on me?
Have I ever pushed some preference on you before?
Mrs. McMillan always has a very strong opinion.
Not this year.
Why not?
She forgot to register.
Herschel, any comments on the mayor's budget?
Not at this time.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to interrupt. Excuse me very much, but Jerry, you're already...
That's all, boys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you with my comments on the budget as soon as I go over to Thurley. We're next.
It's a radio. Pardon me, Councilman Herschel. There's an urgent phone call for you. You can take it on a house phone right there. Line 3.
But make it quick, please. Herschel speaking.
The next time you contact me, I'm going to the police. Even if it costs me the election.
Nothing. Nothing important.
While I'm here, I'll stop in to see the commissioner.
Jerry, we're running very late.
Only be a minute.
Leave your telephone number with my secretary. We'll be in touch.
Very good, sir.
You got a minute, Mac?
Sure, Jerry. Come on in. Want a cup of coffee?
No, I haven't got time.
Well, you look as though you're not going to make it through the campaign.
Mac, I feel like I'm living in 1984.
What's the problem?
What it comes down to is that I'm in a jam, and I'd like very much to talk to you confidentially about it.
Slow down now. What is it?
No, not now. Can you meet me at my house at 6 o'clock tonight?
I'll be there.
Thanks, Mac.
Jerry. You being blackmailed?
How did you know?
Seems to be going around.
I'll lay it all out for you tonight.
Relax, Jerry. It'll be all right. Maybe we can help.
Yes, sir. Mr. Enright?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Townsend will see you now.
Oh, thank you very much.
Enright Townsend.
Charles Enright here. I brought along a profile and some references.
Oh, that won't be necessary. We're rather large for Mr. Enright. We work up our own profiles, so to speak. Mr. Danziger is waiting to meet you. I'm number 2 around here, which, in case you mistake my meaning, is a very powerful position. My father-in-law, of course, is number 1. Adrian, this is Charles Enright.
Enright, sit down. Cigar?
Thank you, sir. That is a tremendous security system you have here, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I brought along a I didn't realize that interviews were recorded, sir.
On the contrary, this gadget ensures that no one records us.
Oh, I see. That is very impressive, sir.
Forget that. I already know all I have to know about you, including Lucy Ann Wilcox.
Lucy Ann Wilcox?
Your first girlfriend, back in Des Moines, during your second year of high school, I believe.
Lucy Ann Wilcox, of course. Why, I'd almost forgotten about her myself. Well, to tell you the truth, sir, my first relationship with a girl wasn't very eventful.
Yes, so I've been told. When I want a man, my research is quite thorough. You have the character and credentials I'm always looking for, Mr. Enright. Have I made a joke?
Oh, no, sir, not at all. It's just that I'm not used to the Mr. Enright. It was Sergeant for an awfully long time.
Far too long for a man of your capabilities.
Well, thank you, sir.
I also know the other offers you've received. My offer will be higher.
What is it you don't know about me, sir?
Nothing.
Well, that sounds a bit chilling.
We have to know everything about our agent.
Perhaps I should ask you the question, sir.
Good idea.
Well, sir, what service does your firm perform exactly?
Well, primarily, we gather information for our clients. Politicians who have to know about the opposition, lawyers who are preparing civil and criminal suits, and, of course, the occasional security case that comes along. I'm very proud of this firm, Mr. Enright. I operate it on a very high level. I never accept anything as shoddy as a divorce case, for instance.
I'm glad to hear that, sir. I wouldn't want to be involved in anything like that either.
We also take on some government work from time to time. It can get a little cloak and daggerish.
Well, that should keep things interesting.
Now, I realize your preference is administrative, and I'll, of course, keep that in mind if you join the firm.
Is that all?
I'm waiting for your decision.
Well, I can't deny that I'm very favorably impressed, sir. However, I would like some time to consider it.
I understand. But while you agonize over your career move, perhaps you should meet some of the people with whom you'll be working. Give Mr. Enright the tour.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Don't delay your decision too long, young man.
What do you think of the old man?
Well, he's very straightforward. I really like him.
Now you're about to meet the number 3 man. Actually, he's the presiding genius of the firm.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes. Rather austere chap. He was once a government operator of some importance. Nelson, this is Enright. He's already met the old man.
Every agent of the firm is required to perform field duty, whether or not his career is administration-oriented. That includes ex-policemen.
I don't mind field work, sir.
Don't let Nelson upset you. He isn't as bad as he seems.
Well, wouldn't you say that Mr. Nelson was a touch bitter?
A touch? That would be understating it. Now you're about to meet the man who will be your direct superior if you become a member of this firm.
There's an election coming up, or are you out to lunch this year? Well, then discontinue your surveillance and finish the report. I want it this evening. Good afternoon, Mr. Townsend.
Albert, this is Charles Enright, Albert Shaw.
Welcome to the firm.
He hasn't made that decision yet.
Oh, sorry.
After you finish up here, come back to my office and we'll talk some more.
So you've given up the police department?
Yes, sir, I have.
For any reason we should know about?
Well, I'm still on very friendly terms with the department, as you're no doubt aware.
Rule number 1 around here has to do with relations between the firm and the police. Any matter an agent thinks the police should know about is to be forwarded directly and confidentially to Mr. Danziger. He alone makes the decision whether or not any specific information is given to the police.
Well, that should keep things nice and orderly, sir.
Given your prior activities, would you be able to abide by that rule?
It makes a lot of sense, Mr. Shaw. Unless I'm asked to do something illegal.
An agent is never asked to do anything illegal, Enright. But he is expected to be able to accomplish whatever mission is given him.
Well, I'm very good at carrying out orders.
Good. Then you should fit in.
Thank you.
A bit straight and narrow for our line of endeavor.
I like them straight and narrow.
Affirmative. 11 years of law enforcement experience can be quite useful.
The woman likes luxury. She could corrupt him.
Straight, narrow, criminal experience, and a tinge of corruptibility. Gentlemen, that is the quintessential profile of a good spy. That's all, thank you.
Evening, Commissioner. What happened? Councilman Herschel, sir. He was found dead.
What happened, Brady?
Got a call a few minutes ago from the neighbor. He smelled fumes, opened the garage door, and found the councilman slumped over the wheel, the motor running. It looks like suicide, sir.
People like Jerry Herschel don't kill themselves?
Yes, sir, but there's no evidence of anything else.
Have you had a look in the house?
Not yet. I just got the keys.
Let's go.
1750 Nicomar, code 2.
What are we looking for, Commissioner?
I don't know. Why don't you look upstairs? I'll look down here.
Commissioner? I think I found something. Could be your name on the outside.
You read this?
I glanced at it.
Jerry was being blackmailed.
If this says it's true, it could explain the suicide.
Give me the Coroner's report as soon as you can.
Sometime tomorrow morning.
Oh, and Brady, about this folder, not a word to anybody, okay? What folder is that, sir?
Welcome to the firm, Enright.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I really look forward to working with you.
It didn't take you very long to make your decision.
Well, after I talked to Faye, that's my fiancée, there wasn't much to decide. The best agency in town made me the best offer, and so here I am.
The mayor's very pleased with the way you trimmed your department's budget, JB.
Now, you tell the mayor that it wasn't easy. You know, Herb, I hope we can maintain quality education for the city.
I know that's your primary concern, and we'll do everything we can to help.
Except provide more money.
More doesn't always equate with better, JB.
Morning, JB. Herb, got a minute?
It's all yours, Stuart. I'm just making the rounds, trying to mend the financial fences.
You'll stop by my office later on. I got a roll of barbed wire you can have.
It's an election year, Stuart. You know how that works.
I'm beginning to, yes. Oh, Herb, I'm making arrangements for Jerry's funeral. Would you be a pallbearer?
I'd be honored.
What's going on?
I just want to make sure that we're not heard or recorded, that's all.
Your office is bugged?
I don't know. I've had it checked, but I'm just not sure.
It's okay in here?
Yeah, here is okay. Mac, I'm in a state of shock over Herschel's death. Now, look, I know we didn't always agree politically, but I had nothing but respect for the man.
Oh, I know that.
Was he being blackmailed, too?
Looks that way.
They want more money from me. This is my mailbox this morning.
Pay them.
No. Look, I can't believe that just because I cheated on a college exam 20 years ago, they're gonna... Maybe it'd be better if I just explained it.
They have a lot worse things to say about you than that.
But they're not true.
I know that. But the one fact, surrounded by a lot of false allegations, would be enough to make you retire. And you're too good a public servant to retire.
One mistake in my life, and they're gonna hang me for it.
Not if you go along with it. I know you don't want to, but it's vital that they think they're getting away with it.
Tell me something, Mac. Did Jerry really kill himself?
No.
You know that for a fact?
No, I don't have any proof. Yet. He came to me for help. And I just can't believe that he would kill himself after I said I would.
Who do you think is the best person in the 3rd District? Voigtlander or Wilson?
That is a loaded question for someone looking for a job.
But I've got a job.
No, I meant me.
And you've got one, too.
Hello, Arthur. Sorry I'm late. Come on in. Did Maggie tell you got the job?
Yes, sir.
She'll never make it as a spy. Anyway, I've checked you out and decided to give you a try.
Well, thank you, sir. I really look forward to working with you and Mrs. McMillan.
Mrs. McMillan?
Well, yes, sir. I had breakfast with Enright this morning, and he said if I got the job, I should expect to log a lot of hours with her.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. She does get involved around here now and then.
Enright says she's a unique lady.
Yes, you'll discover that. Anyway, your first chore is a bit awkward.
I've been there before, sir, in the public defender's office.
I want you to go to Oakland. Here's the address. The woman's name is Claire Rennick. I want you to find out whether or not Councilman Herschel was the father of her 6-year-old son. Very discreetly.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Mac.
Hi. Arthur Taylor, this is my unique Mrs. McMillan.
How do you do? Maggie's been telling me all about you.
Mrs. McMillan, I've heard a lot about you, too.
Good or bad?
You better get going with that.
Right. Very nice meeting you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
What brings you down?
I just wanted to see a crime buster in action.
Ah, some crime buster.
Well, since you're having an identity crisis, how about I buy you lunch?
Can't. Too busy.
Too busy. You are blue. Well, the coroner says it was suicide.
Coroners have been known to make mistakes.
The only contusion being on the side of the face, the result of making contact with the ledge of the window of the car When overcome by fumes, Herschel slumped into unconsciousness.
He could have been hit over the head with a blunt object and then placed behind the wheel to make it look like suicide.
Why? Why is anyone trying to kill Jerry?
Blackmail. A lot of politicians have been blackmailed lately.
How do you know that?
They all came to me, just like Jerry was planning to do. In each case, they denied the blackmail charges, but a lot of half-truths have been distorted into sounding like fact.
Why don't they just deny them?
With an election coming up, if those charges were released to the press, a lot of good public servants would go down the drain.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Exactly. It's a bromide men in public office have learned to respect. Yes? Oh, okay, thank you. I have to talk to Jerry's campaign manager.
All right. I'm going to go home and have lunch alone with Mildred.
There have been worse fates.
Oh, really? You know what the menu is for today? The mystery loaf.
Mystery loaf? What's mystery loaf?
It's a mystery, silly. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Come on in, John.
Mac, I don't understand any of this. I took Jerry home at 5 o'clock. Okay, he was restless, preoccupied, but not despondent. Then he kills himself a half hour later. It just doesn't make any sense.
I know it doesn't.
What is it that you're not telling me?
Did Jerry commission any investigations recently?
Well, naturally, it's a common procedure prior to an election.
Who handled it?
The Danziger firm. They were running a check on Jerry's opponent and his backers.
Did they come up with anything?
Well, nothing we could use or would want to. What is this all about?
Did you know he was being blackmailed?
With what? I mean, he was clean as a whistle.
Are you sure?
I was his campaign manager, Mac. I was paid to be sure.
All right, I'll meet you there. Yeah, I'm leaving right now. Bye-bye.
You're leaving?
Yes, I have a luncheon engagement.
Well, what about my mystery loaf?
It'll just have to remain a mystery till the next time, Mildred.
Well, can't you have your luncheon guest over here? There's plenty of loaf.
No, it's sort of a private thing. I'm having lunch with Faye Leonard.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what's that supposed to mean?
I think you're looking for trouble.
I'm not. I just want to know her better.
Well, if you don't like her half as much as I think you don't like her, you're going to have one heck of a lunch.
Will you give me credit for a little tact? I'm doing this for Sergeant Enright's sake.
You know the commissioner does not like meddling.
I am not meddling. Besides, the commissioner won't know. Will he?
Are you asking me?
Is there anyone else here in the kitchen?
Listen, if you can't trust me, who can you trust?
Well, that's true. I'll probably be gone a few hours, Mildred, so if anybody calls, just tell them you don't know where I went.
Commissioner McMillan, please. Tell him it's Mildred. That's right, I'll wait.
Well, I sure am glad that you could make this lunch.
I was going out to my lawyer's anyway.
Ah. Well, how's Charlie doing with his new job?
Wonderfully. He's very happy.
I hope so.
I know so. Tell me something. Why is it you don't like me?
Faye, I don't dislike you. I'm just crazy about Charlie. He has made so many major moves so quickly. I just don't want to see him make a big mistake.
You obviously think he has.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, you didn't have to. I suppose you think that Charlie and I make sort of an odd couple.
Not an odd couple, just an improbable one.
See, the fact is, we love each other very much. I'm no child, and neither is Charlie. We do know what we're doing.
No, you don't have to explain.
The reason that I accepted this lunch is because I know how much Charlie cares for you and your husband. I would hate to think that bad feelings between us could spoil that relationship.
Faye.
Please forgive me. I'm late for an appointment.
Oh, wow, so am I. Listen, I'll take care of the check. You go on ahead.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here you go.
I'll show you a few dossiers, give you an idea how assignments are worked up by our operators. If you pass through these lights, you'll kick the alarm. As you can see, the reports leave nothing to the imagination.
It looks like Mr. Danziger is a real stickler for detail.
We all are. Sloppy agents don't last long with the firm.
Tell me, sir, do you supervise each assignment?
Either Townsend, Nelson, or myself. There's nothing in the firm that one of us doesn't know about. The odds are the old man knows even more. Say that you get a set of keys.
I don't believe you. You actually tailed Charlie's girlfriend.
I'm never telling you anything in confidence again, Mildred.
I think I better pack.
Stay, Mildred.
Leave, Mildred, but don't pack.
Oh, good. Then I'm not in hot water.
Just lukewarm.
Well, I don't mind lukewarm.
Leave, Mildred.
You can't win around here. Would somebody please tell me where my loyalty lies?
Who writes your check every week?
A telling point.
Who gave you that great big bonus last Christmas?
Yeah, but I spent that on presents for you.
What bonus?
I'm gonna let you two work this out. I'm going to bed.
All right. So I followed Faye. She's acting very strangely. Now, here I was being very friendly, and all she would do is act like she was trying to... Well, Sure was a long day, I'm telling you. Guess we ought to go to bed, huh?
Yeah.
There was a bug down there. What's going on?
Keep your voice down. I don't know how sensitive the bug is.
I don't understand any of
I'll
this.
explain it to you later on, but in the meantime, be careful. You might say something I don't want the buggers to hear.
Max, somebody is listening in on our life. I don't like that.
Neither do I, but it's important the bugs stay in the house. I don't want them to know we know.
Well, in that case, let's not tell Mildred because it's obvious she can't keep a secret. Who's bugging us?
I don't know.
How did they get it in the house?
Our anniversary 2 weeks ago. The plant arrived by messenger.
All we have to do is find out who sent the plant and voila.
It came from the governor. But I checked it out. He didn't even remember our anniversary.
Well, thank goodness that they didn't put it in the bedroom. I mean, really, how can you make love when you know that somebody is listening in?
Very quietly.
Are you sure you weren't being followed?
Yes, sir. I'm not wired either. I checked to be sure.
What's the matter?
It's the height.
Hold your breath.
I tried that. It doesn't help.
Well, close your eyes then.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that helps.
Now, what'd you find out?
Okay, this Townsend. He's very knowledgeable, sir. And very relaxed despite his son-in-law status. And there's Nelson, ex-CIA, spooky as hell.
Well, every big agency has to have one. Go on.
Yeah, and there's Albert Shaw, and he's a little bit shifty, and keeping my eyes closed is helping at all, sir.
Oh, well, don't worry. Come on, it'll be over soon.
It will?
Yes.
Oh!
Well, don't look.
Okay. Shaw seems to be the operations man of the place, and he reports to Townsend and Nelson, who don't like each other. And then, of course, there's the old man who I think knows just about everything there is to know about everybody.
Charlie, you're staring.
Yes, sir, I know. Can we get off now?
You can if you want.
Thank you. The politicians who are being blackmailed, sir, are either using the services of the firm or their opponent is.
Someone has a lot of information.
Yeah, well, those dossiers they have on file are absolutely scary, sir. They've stripped everybody right down to their birthday suit.
That's Nelson's touch. Every good dossier has at the back of it the initials SOI.
Well, the files are so thick, sir, I never got that far. What's SOI?
Sources of information. Those are the people most likely to be blackmailed. I want you to get everything you can listed under SOI.
It's going to be very difficult, sir. They've got an extremely extensive security system.
I know. I don't want you to remove anything. They're too smart for that. Use your camera.
Well, I'll do my very best, sir.
Blackmailing, ruining a man is bad news. When a blackmailer resorts to murder when the victim rebels.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
All I can tell you, Herb, is my district has one of the highest crime rates in the city. We need more police money in the budget, not less.
Jesse, the budget's up 8%.
And inflation's 12? We're in the whole 4%?
Morning, Herb. Jesse.
Commissioner?
The councilman sympathizes with you, Mac.
That and a dime will get us a cup of coffee.
At 20 cents.
Aha!
Do you have some time? I'd like to go over the budget with you.
Sure. Care to join us?
Yeah, no thanks. Jesse's already made his position crystal clear to me.
Come on.
Hi, Maggie.
Good morning, Commissioner. Councilman?
No calls for a while.
Is it all right to talk here?
Sure.
I have a payment due later today.
Pay it. We're not ready to blow the lid yet.
I don't have it.
How much is it?
$2,000.
Wow.
Let them blow the whistle.
No. No, don't give up on me now.
I appreciate it, Mac, but I'm getting too old for this sort of intrigue.
You're not going down the drain, Jess, and you're not getting too old. Don't worry. These bills are marked. We'll get them back.
That's enough.
They were all politicians' dossiers.
What do you give them to?
Nobody. Found it this morning in his apartment.
Put it back.
Put it back?
Don't be a parrot, Albert. Do as I tell you. And put it back.
She's an unwed mother, all right. Her maiden name's on the boy's birth certificate. But Herschel wasn't the father.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. She cashes a check every month from a businessman in Arizona.
Checks can be laundered.
No, sir. I talked to him. He's married now, but he admits he's the father. He just asked me not to tell his wife.
Did you talk to the mother?
She didn't even know who Councilman Herschel was.
He was being blackmailed on the basis that he was the boy's father.
Well, why didn't he deny it?
If he did, the reporters would go to the mother. She'd deny it. But it would be brought out that she's an unwed mother. People would be inclined to believe the charge. By the time Jerry was able to prove it wrong, the damage would be done.
Okay, but to kill himself?
Well, once again, points to murder, not suicide.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Sit down. Your identification papers.
Charles Kosinski?
You're going out of town on assignment. That's your code name.
Where am I going?
Los Angeles. You'll make contact with an agent there to pick up some information.
What kind of information?
There's no need for you to know that. This is a very sensitive assignment. It involves the government. Under no circumstances will you mention the Danziger firm.
Well, what if he asks me who I represent?
He won't. It's all been set up. Just hand the agent this sealed envelope, and he'll give you the information in return.
That's all?
Check into the Los Flores motel. The agent will contact you there. He'll use the name Erasmus.
Yes, sir. I have a few things to arrange, so I'll catch an evening flight.
Your transportation has been taken care of. You'll leave immediately.
Yeah, put your marker on there. $10 a night in advance. Oh, yeah, Kaczynski. There's a Mr. Erasmus in room number 4. You said to meet him there as soon as you check in.
Thanks. Kosinski! Hey, don't you think leaving messages at the desk is a bit...
Mildred, why do you always have to try out these little games on me?
Well, some members of the royal family have food tasters. I have game testers.
Why don't you try them out on your sister first?
Because she always wants me to try them out on you first. Come on, try.
All right. Father.
Mother.
Boy.
Girl.
Food.
Hunger.
Can't you do any better than that?
Well, I can only respond to what you give me.
Sex.
Can't remember.
Antique jewelry.
On the right.
Max gold watch.
Broken.
Gone.
With the wind?
Really, Mildred, it's really gone.
Well, don't look at me. I didn't hawk it.
I didn't say you hawked it.
I mean, it was there the last time I looked.
When was that?
Well, give or take a few days, about a year ago.
Funny.
Sad.
You're impossible.
You're late.
Oh, bye.
Hello.
Ah, you know, sit down. And?
I can't find him anywhere.
Did you try the Danziger firm?
They just say he's not in.
In his apartment?
He didn't stay there last night.
Well, keep trying. She's late. I'll order.
I've never known her to be on time, sir.
I keep hoping she's going to surprise me.
Surprise, not too late.
Ah.
Hi, Henry. Oh, I think I'll have a green salad and a glass of iced tea.
I'll have the same.
Very good.
Don't forget the mayor's luncheon tomorrow.
I still haven't gotten over the last one.
Just be thankful he's only up for re-election every 4 years.
Mac, you remember the gold watch of my father's that I gave you on our anniversary?
Of course. I keep meaning to get it fixed.
Stuart McMillan, you are, to put it politely, jiving me.
I am.
You am? You gave it to Charlie at his farewell luncheon.
Why, you know I couldn't possibly be so cavalier as to give away a family heirloom like that.
Unless you knew you were going to get it right back, which means that the former Sergeant Enright is still the present Sergeant Enright, and he never quit. How could you do that to me?
Well,
You know, I don't know whether to be relieved or to be angry.
well, they're not mutually exclusive.
You know, you're right. I think I'll be both.
Besides, I have a very good reason for not trying.
I can't wait to hear it.
Thank you.
It's probably one of those fancy investigations that you and Sergeant Enright are involved in.
It is.
Well, is it, dangerous? Gonna give me more than
It all started with a rather extensive blackmail ring against a group of politicians up for re-election, ending up with Jerry's murder.
Lord. Is Sergeant Enright all right?
Well, we hope so.
We hope so. We don't know.
Seem to have misplaced him temporarily.
Is the Dansker firm behind all of this?
We think so. All of the candidates being blackmailed have one factor in common, and that is using the Danziger firm in their campaign. Now, the only way to prove we're right is to infiltrate their operation.
So Charlie resigns, we give him the big party, he goes over to work for them, etc., etc., etc.
Right.
You could have told me that. I can keep a secret.
The house is bugged, for one thing. In the second place,
You were so upset about Charlie leaving the department that anybody listening would have to believe his resignation was on the level.
You used me.
Shamelessly.
Just hope Sergeant Enright isn't in any real trouble.
So do I.
Your name. Your name.
Kosinski.
Again.
Kosinski.
Your real name.
Enright.
Who is Faye Leonard?
My fiancée.
Who is Faye Leonard?
My fiancée.
Who do you work for?
The Danziger firm.
Who is the commissioner of police?
Stuart McMillan.
Who do you work for?
The Danziger firm.
Who's Faye Leonard?
My fiancée.
Who's McMillan?
The commissioner of police.
Who do you work for?
The Danziger firm.
What city do you live in?
San Francisco.
What city are you in now?
Los Angeles.
How long have you been employed?
I have 11 years in pension.
Do you still report to the commissioner?
No.
Who is your fiancée?
Faye Leonard.
How old are you?
30.
How old are you?
35.
Your name. Your name.
Hello, Mr. Danziger. How's business?
Couldn't be better, Commissioner. Always a flourish during election year.
Thank you.
Care for a cigar?
I don't use them. Anything going on in town I should know about?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, were you carrying on an investigation for Jerry Herschel?
Yes. Routine politics, nothing more. I was personally grieved when I heard of his suicide.
Are you sure it was suicide?
I have no reason to think otherwise.
Well, if you know anything that the police should know about, I'd like to hear about it.
Commissioner, if I had any information indicating criminal activity, I would have contacted the police. Failing that, I don't discuss my client.
I've said my piece, Adrian. Thanks for your time. Oh, how's Enright working out?
Just fine.
Do you mind telling me where he is?
Enright works for me now, Commissioner.
His fiancée hasn't seen him or heard from him in 2 days.
He's on assignment. That's all I'm prepared to say.
I'll accept that. But Charlie's a good friend of mine and a novice in your world. Now, Adrian, if anything happens to him, I'll hold you singularly responsible.
Your message rings loud and clear, Commissioner.
Where you been keeping yourself lately? Or is that a out-of-bounds question?
Yeah, out of bounds, yeah.
Hey, your outfit must have cost some bucks, huh?
Didn't cost me a penny, Ben.
You know, these turned out okay. Gonna take a little while to dry, though. You, want to go 2 out of 3 falls?
I've got other things on my mind, Ben.
Dinner soon, honey?
Promise.
To you.
Thank you.
You know, it's always a pleasure having cocktails with an attractive lady.
You certainly don't sound married.
I'm glad of that. To sound married would be a bore. Besides, being a husband doesn't mean one stops appreciating beauty.
Thank you.
And I'm flattered that you wanted to have a drink.
Well, actually, I was hoping that maybe you could do me a favor.
Certainly.
Where's my Charlie?
No, that's business.
It's not like him to just vanish.
Well, he's out of town on assignment. That's all I'm prepared to say. But the fact he didn't tell you is a good sign. We like loyalty at the firm.
You're sure he's all right, though?
Of course. But he won't be back this evening, so how about dinner?
How very considerate of you. I must be going now. Thank you very much for the drink.
How did you like the lunch?
Fine. I didn't touch a bite of it. How about you?
Oh, I had a bite of it. It bit back.
Well, at least the mayor's speech wasn't too bad.
Elections in 2 weeks, boy, he really came on strong.
Mac, now, don't get mad.
You wrecked the car.
No.
You're overdrawn at the bank.
No.
You've fallen for another man.
No, Mac. I followed Faye.
Now that makes me angry. You know we're not playing games.
She was with Townsend. They met at a very faraway place. They were practically smooching.
Good to see you.
Definitely not. I'm an expert gumshoe. Are they behind the blackmail?
You know what? You're a gem.
You're a mysterious man. All right, what are we doing?
Taking a stroll in the park.
On a weekday.
Why, Sally, Virginia. Where is your sense of romance?
Ha, ha, ha. You better come clean with me about...
Commissioner? I have them.
Oh, good.
I think I'm gonna faint.
Faye is a cop.
I know I'm gonna faint. I owe you 1,000 apologies.
I can't begin to count how many I owe you.
I thought you were awful.
Well, proves I was doing my job well. I've got to be leaving.
What about Enright?
Well, I'm working on Townsend.
Had any luck?
No, but then neither is he.
Keep at it.
I will, sir.
You know, Faye, one of these days we're gonna have to really have lunch.
I would love it. I've got to leave. Bye.
You know about the bug in the house.
You could have told me somewhere.
I had to do it this way. The fact that you followed Faye persuaded the blackmailers that she is what she appears to be. You gave a great performance.
You have become a very devious person.
How else does one deal with a blackmail ring? Now, don't talk about it in the house. Remember the bug in the plant.
I know. I watered it.
How long are you gonna keep me here?
How would I know? Look, Kaczynski, or whatever your name is. As far as I know, you didn't spill anything hot in that interrogation. Now, does that make you feel better?
Oh, I hardly even remember it.
Good. It's better that way.
Can't I talk to someone?
Look, I've got a job to do, and I'm doing it. Now, whatever they tell me to do next, I'll do that, too, so relax.
You mean to say that if they told you to kill me, you'd do that?
Of course. That's the job. Now, let's just talk about something else, huh? What do you think? I think it's going to be one of the West Coast teams this year.
Oakland or the Rams?
I don't know. You figure it out. All right, now. Give me your keys. Where am I? You're on a farm outside Ventura, California. Ventura? It's about 60 miles out of Los Angeles.
Taylor said you wanted to see me. Any of this true, Herb?
Some of it. Not the worst parts, though.
You're not the first.
What are you talking about?
There are others. I'm doing what I can to expose it, but it's tough, particularly in an election year. If you go public, you run the risk of ruining the careers of good men. If you let the blackmailers get a foothold, you run the risk of extortion for the rest of your life. With all of the public officials running scared.
Well, I'm running scared. This would cost me re-election.
I know. That's why you have to pay them.
Good evening, sir. This is for Commissioner McMillan.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good night.
Good night.
What is it, Dad?
Glad you're back.
Thank you very much, sir. Good to be back. And thanks for coming over at this hour of the night. I didn't want to use the phone. I was afraid of... Well, I don't know what happened. I was sent out of town on this assignment. And I was interrogated. I don't know by whom. And then I escaped.
What did they ask you about?
Well, sir, I was drugged, so I really don't remember too much. I do know that they asked me about my relationship with you, and I'm pretty sure I didn't tell them anything.
I found out from Townsend that it was Nelson that gave him the assignment.
Yeah, but they can always say that it was a routine operation and that it was the other side that simply prevented me from getting the information I was supposed to pick up.
Yes, I'm sure that's what they'll say.
Are we any closer to knowing who the blackmailers are?
I think so. I've been studying those photographs you took.
Good. How am I to proceed now, sir?
Well, chances are your cover's blown. I'm afraid you'll have to report back to your office.
Working hard.
Mm-hmm.
This came in the morning mail. Welcome to the club. It says there that your wife is a promiscuous swinger and a user of drugs.
Where'd they get this?
Oh, that's my signature on a motel register. They have 7 more in there. They also have sworn affidavits from 7 different men.
This one looks real.
Oh, that's real. Do you remember that motel that we went to stay in Sausalito? The one with the water beds?
I thought I signed the register.
I got there first, so I went ahead and signed it.
Wow, you really are a swinger.
Uh-huh, a promiscuous swinger.
The worst kind.
Seriously, Mac, what are you gonna do? You can't deny it.
I know.
Why is anyone trying to blackmail you? You're not even running for office.
Because the best defense is a good offense. Must be getting close. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. McMillan. Nice to see you again.
You too.
Commissioner, a messenger just arrived with us.
Thank you.
You're not gonna go, are you?
Of course. Loma Vista gas station, about a mile down.
Get back into your cab. Go half a mile south. Make a left to the abandoned incinerator. Pay off the cab. Deposit the money it'll leave.
I'm glad you were around. Why were you?
I've had Townsend under surveillance for a long time.
Why?
At first, just to see what I could get on him. But the old man was thinking of letting him take over the firm. I thought that was a bad idea. Townsend just didn't have the talent for it.
Danziger is a pretty good judge of talent.
Not where his son-in-law was concerned. I knew I was onto something when I discovered Townsend making deposits of money unaccounted for in safety deposit boxes. But I had to have more than that before I took it to the old man.
How did he get the money?
Some forms of extortion. I couldn't be sure until I saw an actual payment being made. But now I'm sure. But don't worry. The incident will be kept confidential.
It isn't just me. There are quite a few politicians involved.
I gathered as much when I discovered Enright taking pictures of the company's file.
Who put him through the ringer?
I did. I staged the assignment so I could interrogate him without making him think he'd blown his cover.
Did Townsend know about it?
Mm-hmm. Enright's a very good man, Commissioner.
Hmm.
But one minor slip was enough to tell me he was a plant. He said, I have 11 years in pension. He'd have used the past tense if he really did quit the police department. Get in. I'll drive you home.
Who bugged my house?
Shaw. On orders from the old man.
Why?
He wanted to make sure Enright's leaving the department was all on the up and up. I apologize for the firm, but it's over.
You know Townsend couldn't have done it alone.
Why not?
For the same reason you find him unqualified to run the firm. Someone else is calling the shots.
Like myself or the old man?
Possibly.
With Townsend out of the way, you'll never know for sure, will you?
Stop by the drop site. I want to pick up my money. Now, how about a martini?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry I used you the way I did, Art.
Well, as long as it was for a good cause.
What about my apology?
For what?
For not taking me into your confidence about Sergeant Enright?
I didn't even tell Sally.
Oh, well, we all know the missus can't keep a secret, whereas I certainly have a lot of work to do.
Art, I'm going to recommend you for a position in the mayor's staff. That is, if you want to, and he gets reelected.
Oh, thank you.
You make it sound like it's all over.
It is, but it isn't.
Heard? Good afternoon.
Good of you to come out, Stuart. Hey, care for a drink?
No, thank you.
I'm to make my payment tomorrow. I was wondering if it's still necessary.
I don't think so.
That's a relief. I take it then that with Townsend dead, the blackmail ring has been broken.
Not exactly. Then it'd be pretty asinine to make a payment to yourself.
What are you talking about?
The Danziger firm has a file on every blackmail victim. What you didn't cover up was your name on the SOI list. You're the only one who appears in every file.
Stuart, you're on a fishing expedition. After 31 years around City Hall, I would quite naturally be a major source of information.
True, but when Townsend told you about Enright, you came to me, posing as a victim, hoping to find out where my investigation would lead. That was a big mistake.
That's going to sound preposterous in a courtroom, Stuart.
When I didn't call off the investigation as you had hoped, I became a target.
By your own deductions, one of the other victims could be behind it.
Everyone knew about the investigation. If they wanted to blackmail me, they would have done so a long time ago, before you entered the picture.
You can't prove a thing.
Maybe I can't. But then, I haven't ended my investigation either.
What could you possibly find?
All that money you raked in, it's got to be somewhere. I'll find it.
Even if you find money's unaccounted for, you still have no proof.
I have enough to blast you in public, Herb. You're a politician up for re-election. By the time I get through with you, the people of San Francisco will have retired you from public life.
That's just...
Your ammunition has been replaced with blanks. If I didn't have a case then, I do now. Open and shut.
Well, I sure am glad you're back, Sergeant.
Thank you. I didn't think I was going to make it.
I know.
No, I don't think you do. You see, old man Danziger asked me to stay on at the firm. Same big office, same salary, the works.
Really?
And you told him no.
Well, actually, he said he'd think it over.
Mildred,
Was that a secret?
you know, champagne always makes me hungry.
Well, what time are our dinner reservations?
8:30.
Well, we should have plenty of time.
That watch is never right.
Oh, I had it fixed, sir.
Good, then you can give it back.
I was just getting used to it.
Well, we'll get you another one when you really retire.
But that's going to be 20 years from now.
Your next birthday, then.
It's a deal. Cheers.
Cheers.
Excuse me. Congratulations, Faye,
What?
on the swift completion of our appointed appointments.
Freaked of that.
Faye, now that this whole blackmail thing is over, how about a real date?
Well, I sort of go with someone off and on.
Oh.
But right now it's more off than on.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'll give you a phone call.
It's unlisted.
Well, they certainly make a perfect couple.
Sally, Virginia, you're a woman of fickle temperament.
Well, that's what keeps you interested, isn't it?
Mesmerized.